One of the 26 finalists, it is already an honor for us and the people of Baracal. Also, we would like to thank DMLP Camarines Norte for supporting this program, and we hope that this program would be replicated not only in Camarines Norte, but in some municipalities as well. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayo lahat.
We support the best program of Sangguniang Bayan of Baracal. Maraming salamat sa best program ng Sangguniang Bayan.
Truly, Paracale is the jewelry box of Camarines Norte.
Okay, that concludes the presentation. The floor is now open for questions.
Good morning po.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So may I ask the first question?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you measure the success of the BEST program?
Okay, we you can see.
Well, if we mean the immediate effect or the immediate result of the best program, it cannot be easily quantifiable at present. But if we go back to the feedback and the barangay captains who happen to visit the office, it now goes to large number who are seeking the help on how they can do well in their field or in the administrative processes. We hope to see also in the future when there will be an election for the barangay level, a big number of participants who wants to get elected, not because only of their heart is in public service, but there is a continuing education for them to attain as they move along in the service of the community. So it is not an investment of the which can reap success in a year or two, but it is a continuous movement of, shall we say, feedback that comes to a couple of years, after which we can reap the success of the program. And I think we are leading to that.
What mechanisms do you already have in place to ensure that your program will be sustainable?
The Sangguniang Bayan already approved an ordinance establishing the BEST program, and we have an annual budget, an allocation included in our annual budget yearly, so that this program could be continuously implemented by the next Sangguniang Bayan.
Yeah, but your teaching materials, your syllabus, your reference documents, and all these are already institutionalized?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we also coordinated with our DLG, the MLGOO, who is also one of the speakers, and we collaborated our topics so that we can present it to the barangay during the barangay orientation.
Okay, thank you.
You presented that you were the only barangay awarded by the Camarines Norte. Tama ba yan? Huh?
Yes, Vice Mayor's League.
Vice Mayor's League. You were awarded as what? What was it award for?
Best practice in the field of legislation.
So best practice in legislation. Were you recognized in the regional level or the national level?
Not yet, sir. But as one of the officers of the Vice Mayor's League in Bicol region, I intend to present it to the other vice mayors so that if they can replicate it in their own municipality, it's a big honor for us na ma-share ito po aming best practice.
But within Camarines, how many of the barangays have already, say, borrowed your materials or tapped you as part of the resource people?
Store on behalf of UPD. It is the sole representative of 170 UPD units, which include administrative offices and colleges. As such, UPD units can no longer purchase at the PSTBM on their own. Only transactions made through UPD SPMO will be honored on behalf of UPD. Virtual Store. It is the sole representative of 170 UPD units, which include administrative offices and colleges.
portal.
As such,
As indicated in
UPD
the
units can no longer purchase at the PSTBM on their
current
own.
processing time
Only
takes only 4.5
transactions through
hours
UPD
compared to the previous time of 4
will be
days.
honored by the
This is 7
UPD.
times faster
It
than the
is the
previous
sole
purchase
representative
process
with
supplies and
170
university
UPD
close
units,
to
Procure good representative with the UPD prior to the UPD as indicated in the UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days.
on behalf of
This is 7 times now.
it is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD prior to the UPD as indicated in the UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
Processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only
takes 24.5 hours compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only 24.5 units
compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only 24.5 units
compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only 24.5 units
compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only 24.5 units
compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only 24.5 units
compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole representative with 170 units. Procure good representative with the UPD
prior to the UPD as indicated in the
UPD no longer purchases the PSBBM of their own.
processing time
Only 24.5 units
compared to the previous time of 4 days. This is 7 times now.
It is the sole
representative with 170 personalities, securing the balance between obvious and policies editorial. UPD no longer purchase participated requested by only informed that it is not released or recorded on behalf of the it is the representative with 170 personalities, securing the balance between obvious and policies editorial. UPD no longer purchase participated
Continues to improve its system to cope with the changing times as we move to deliver excellent service to all concerned. We are the UP Diliman Supply and Property Management
and have hours not thank you for that editorial.
Continues to improve its system to cope with the changing times as we move to deliver excellent service to all concerned. We are the UP Diliman Supply and Property Management
and have hours not thank you for that editorial.
Continues to improve its system to cope with the changing times as we move to deliver excellent service to all concerned. We are the UP Diliman Supply and Property Management
and have hours not thank you for that editorial.
Continues to improve
And
its
just change
system
the
to
name
cope with the
Diliman
changing
Podcast
times as we move to deliver excellent service to all
Actually,
concerned.
sir, they just
We
sent us a
are
message and we have not yet really communicated with them on what they want to do with our system, sir. But in case they want to adapt our system, we just ask them, sir, and we will not give them exactly what
just change the name
our system. Kung ano po yung system namin ngayon. Actually, sir, they just sent us a message and we have not yet really communicated with them on what they want to do with our system, sir. But in case they want to adapt our system, we just ask them, sir, and we will not give them exactly what
just change the name
our system is. Kung ano po yung system namin ngayon. Actually, sir, they just sent us a message and we have not yet really communicated with them on what they want to do with our system,
same way that we're
but
from
in case they want to adapt our system, we just ask them, sir, and we will not give them
just change the name
our system.
for developers
Kung ano po yung system namin ngayon. Actually, sir, they just sent us a message and we have not yet really communicated with them on what they want to do with our system,
same way that we're
but in case they want to adapt our system, we just ask them, sir, and we will not give
for developers
system namin ngayon. Actually, sir, they just sent us a message and we have not yet really communicated with them on what they want to do with our system, but in case they want to adapt our system,
for developers
implement system namin ngayon. They just laid us a message and we have not yet we want to do our
Share the best practice
Thank you.
from whatever we've done here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. So, since the judges have no more questions, UP Diliman has wrapped up their presentation. So we will now proceed with the next best practice from Visayas State University. So,
good morning, everyone.
good morning, sir.
Good morning also to our distinguished panel judges. Today, I would like to present to you our entry to the Government Best Practice Recognition, the Visayas State University Operational Strategic Performance Management System. One of the thrusts of any organization is to develop a system where the performance of the employees are being rewarded for their good work while ensuring the delivery of mandates and timely execution of the implementation of the plans. Thus, the VSU SPMS was developed to create a performance-oriented culture among our employees, to increase understanding of how individual outputs count towards achieving the MFO of the university, major final output of the university, and to enable the university to attain national outcomes and sectoral goals for sustainable development. To highlight accomplishments of the university with this enabling system, allow me first to present this video.
The Visayas State University is a pioneering school in agriculture and agricultural development in the Visayas region. It is one of the most multi-awarded state university in the country because of its core strength in research and development. Because of its leadership in research and innovation, it has been a recipient of the prestigious Tanglao Award given by the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Forestry and Natural Resources Research and Development for years 1977 and 1980. In 2019, VSU was once again accorded the same prestigious award in a ceremony held on June 19, 2019 at the Philippine International Convention Center. This recognition is the biggest award given to any research institution in the Philippines. Receiving the award on behalf of VSU is none other than Dr. Edgardo E. Tuling, President of the Visayas State University System. In the same year, VSU was also conferred by the Civil Service Commission as Bronze Awardee for its effective management and implementation of its human resource management system under the Enhanced Prime HRM program of the national government. VSU is also recognized by CSE as Prime HRM Level 2 institution for efficient and effective public service delivery. In fact, the Strategic Performance Management System, SPMS of VSU, has been operational as early as 2012 and has been a model framework of CSE for other government agencies across the Philippines. The university gained these and other awards because of the hard work and synergistic efforts of its faculty and staff, brought about by the introduction and implementation of various systems, policies, and practices towards organizational effectiveness. As shown in this framework, VSU is blessed to have its pool of quality faculty and staff as a result of its effective recruitment, selection, and placement system and practices. The VSU administration ensures that its faculty possess the potential for development through its recruitment policy of hiring applicants with zero failing grade and strict adherence to a no inbreeding policy. With quality human resource, the university is assured of the right core of employees needed to implement its programs, activities, and projects. These resulted in increasing employees' motivation and encouragement for effective individual performance and overall institutional growth. The framework also showcases how VSU's operational SPMS transformed the target institutional plans into actual outputs and outcomes that allowed its employees to attain their individual targeted outputs. In return, VSU then receives recognition of its extraordinary accomplishments, while its outstanding and deserving employees likewise gained national and regional recognitions and external awards aside from the in-house accolades and benefits given to them by the university. For most of these benefits, which are not commonly enjoyed by other government employees, is the granting of salary step increment based on meritorious performance of VSU workforce. The operational SPMS of VSU did not only serve as an ordinary performance evaluation for its employees, but more so as an effective planning tool for overall organizational effectiveness. With this, VSU is hopeful to attain the university's annual targets in the short term, and also achieving its long-term vision to be a globally competitive university for science, technology, and environmental conservation.
This is the strategic framework of the VSU SPMS for organizational effectiveness. So you will note that one of the first things that we did was an awareness of our key players in the operation of the system. And these are the key players. From the university president, we had the performance management team, the planning office, the HR office, the heads of units, and down to our individual employees. And you will also note that we really made sure that each of our employees know what we are doing and how they are evaluated so that they will appreciate and own the whole system. Now we go to the level of deployment of the SPMS. This is a university-wide. We were approved with this system since 2012, and it was also implemented in the same year. In fact, the Civil Service Commission actually approved the implementation of our SPMS. Regularly, we did the performance evaluation system every 6 months as mandated by the Civil Service Commission through MCC here in 2012. For consistency, it's mandatory also, and we made this as in order to maintain the university's accreditations, like our AACUP, which is an institutional accreditation for state universities, the Commission on Higher Education. We also are ISO certified, and most recently, or 1 year ago, we had the QS stars rating as 3 stars. VSU introduced the following innovative SPMS components, which are posted as model by CSC's websites. I am happy to inform you that we are the first one to put in the details of the SPMS system, like the table of major final outputs and success indicators, the performance evaluation tool for teachers. We did not have actually a basis to, except for the CSC Memorandum 6, we crafted the SPMS in-house. In fact, the Civil Service Commission names BSU's SPMS as a model state university in performance management. We did not have any benchmarking because there was none available from other agencies. So this is an innovation initiated by the Visayas State University. In fact, we prepared our own based on the guidelines issued by Civil Service Commission with model but no specific details how to make it operationalized. So the VSU developed templates for easier facilitation and implementation, like the Office template, IPCR, the rubrics for ranking, innovation, and best practices, which are all made in-house. These are all user-friendly. It's very easy for our employees to fill up, for our office heads to consolidate, and of course, to pass it to the directors, the vice presidents for consolidation. The other feature here is the ranking, the rubrics for ranking. We did this to address the issues or the concerns of academic units, research centers, and administrative units. So these are the sample templates of our OPCR and IPCR. The criteria for ranking administrative units for academic departments as well as research centers. Now, with the BSU's best practice performance, before, there was no quantitative target of the university as a whole, nor per unit and per employee. We only used the CSCPMS OPES as our tool in counting an activity per hour, but this was also only for compliance purposes. But now with SPMS, we're able to count all the individual accomplishments of our employees and make them count in the overall performance of the university. As a result, BSU was among the first to qualify for the PBB in 2012, which was recognized by the Civil Service Commission through this Mark I or the MFO Accountability Report card. How does SPMS contribute to the productivity of the organization? Well, BSU effectively used this tool as a planning tool, both for personnel and for organizational effectiveness. This is the cascading process flow of how we are implementing it. We will know from the individual faculty to the offices, to the VPs, and then to the university, which sets the priorities in the beginning of the year. The SPMS provides also percentage weights in the assessment of the various units to ensure every unit performs all mandated functions. And these are the criteria. BSU qualified for PBB since 2012, and we have award-winning performers, particularly in the Presidential Include Bayan awardees. Yours truly was the first awardee in 2014. 2015, we had 16, 17, and 2019 as a national civil finalist. Then we also had a group awardees for the Presidential Include Bayan, Field Root Crops, and our Forest Conservation Group, and also with the Pag-asa Group awardees. So these are the sample certifications showing our recommendation from the, which was approved by the Board of Regents to implement our top 5% employees for a two-step increment. We are also, as a result of our SPMS, we were able to be ISO certified in 2018, and then we also got a 3-star QS ranking. This is an international ranking system for organizations for universities, and we are recognized as having a 3 stars along with other universities. In some universities, only a handful of universities in the Philippines. Of course, this was presented already in the previous. Then we are level 3 institutionally accredited institution. We're the only institution in Eastern Visayas, SUC level 4, the highest level among SUCs. And
Sir?
our practices.
Sir?
Yes.
Sorry, excuse me.
1
Your
minute.
time's up, sir. So if you can wrap up
Okay.
a few words, and then we can proceed to the question and answer. Thank you.
For applicability, we have been asked by regions outside of Region 8 to benchmark their to our SPMS from LTO Region 8, USPP in Mindanao, EBSU, PIP, Sultan Kudarat State University, and so on and so forth. For our ways forward, we are fully optimizing SPMS through our BSU Human Resource Integrated System, which will be launched this year. We are also level 3 accreditation program for this year for Prime HRM. And we are also launching our operations manual. And of course, we are sharing our tool to other state universities in the country as a leader among SUCs, also as a national vice president for SUCs. So we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not a hack, but a habit. So I thank you very much for your attention. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, VSU. The floor is now open for questions from the judges. Do the judges have any questions?
May I ask the first question?
Go ahead, ma'am.
The SPMS is a management tool that is being prescribed by the CSC for the entire bureaucracy. How has the Visayas State University approached this management tool to enable itself to achieve their targets and accomplishments? How has it approached the tool differently as compared to the other agencies?
Can I answer that?
Okay, I would like to ask my HR first to answer.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. After the seminar conducted by the Civil Service Commission, the undersigned prepared its own SPM based on the model. But the problem was we don't have AD basis. We have no tool whatsoever. So what we did, as suggested by our former president at that time, we conducted a university-wide workshop for 3 days. That was in September 4 to 6, 2012, wherein we have to come up with our table of major final outputs and the success indicators. It was easy for us to convince our employees to shift to SPMF because prior to that, we were using the PMS office, which uses only this activity-based performance evaluation system. So it was a relief because from the activity-based, we shifted to an outputs and outcomes-based system of performance evaluation. So it was a welcome move. There was ownership because everybody were involved. There was ownership of the indicators. And that was the very reason why when we presented that to the Civil Service Commission, the CSC Region 8 immediately approved it. And in fact, a year after, the Civil Service Assistant Commissioner, Attorney David Cabanag, requested us if we will allow our SPMS to become a model in the CSC SPMS Compendium. And it was posted in August 2014 in the CSC Compendium of the CSC website. That was our innovation that made us able to operationalize our SPMS.
So the difference is the systematic approach involving everyone, consultation, resulting in a sense of ownership. The SPMS has become a model for the SUCs.
Yes, ma'am. Right. There was ownership from among all the employees, and we also came up with tools. All the indicators were crafted by all of us. Nobody just prepared it for everybody to impose. It was ownership. There was no ownership on the system.
All right, thank you.
I have a question. What you did was basically to computerize the former manual system of having an OPCR, IPCR, di ba? Tama po ba? And
no,
because
sir.
of that,
Guys, answer, sir. No, sir. We are still on the manual, but as of the moment, we are now in the process. The programmers are already working on it, and we expected it to be launched, fully optimized by December. But what we have are tools. Even if the with the manual implementation, we have the tools, we have the templates wherein parang it's a menu for our heads to select which of these targets they will be targeting for the current year.
So
The difference like the SPMS with the ordinary SPM with ordinary performance evaluation systems is there is a link between the organizational target and the employee's target. So it resulted to both personnel and organizational effectiveness.
okay.
So those, for example, faculty who were not who were not research oriented before, they were forced to implement, and many of our faculty members who were against researchers conducting of research before are now researchers.
Because it was linked to your MFOs and all your.
Yeah, because as explained already by the president, we gave percentage weight. Doing instruction work is only 70% of their total percentage weight performance.
Wasn't the same scheme done but on a manual basis, that the weights of evaluation was also based on those?
Pardon, sir?
Wasn't that also being done before that? That research was part of the evaluation?
No, sir.
No, okay.
No.
So now it became part of that because of that.
The president.
Okay.
The idea here is actually when we had the SPMS, of course we had a measure, a system to measure performance evaluation. But the idea here is actually we had the plans, we laid out all the major final outputs of the university. But the question then was, how do we quantitate, or how do we quantify all the contributions from the employees, from the individual employees to the performance of the overall management? And there was no instrument before. But there was no rubrics actually to determine how an employee contributes to the overall target. So we created the performance rubrics, whether they are working in the administrative, they are working in the academic or in the research center, they have their own responsibilities. So how do you contribute to that overall performance in terms of research? How do we count them in? And that is being factored when we report our commitment to the national government. So that's how it works. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And if I may add, this is actually, we have been asked, in fact, we were extending all our services in terms of benchmarking by other state universities to come here. Before the pandemic, we were actually loaded with requests to benchmark our SPMS. This is of course, our humble contribution among SUCs in the region, not only in the region, but also other parts of the country, who appreciated and who really recognize the value of having SPMS in the performance or the overall output of the university.
Could you elaborate on the civil service award you got?
Me personally,
you mentioned that you had a civil service award.
It's actually, in 2014, I was awarded the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Awardee.
As an individual, not for Visayas State University.
As an individual working in the Visayas State University, of course.
But did the Visayas University get any award or recognition from the national level?
It's done through the entries are either individual or either as a group.
Sir, can I add?
Yes.
Yes.
In 2014, the civil service already acknowledged our operational SPMS, its effectiveness towards organizational effectiveness also. In fact, I was and the president now were invited by the Civil Service Commission last September 2014 to valid as participant to the FJD when we had a revalida of their performance governance system, and we were required to testify on the impact of SPMS on our organization. We had a testimonial video which was taken at the Civil Service Central Office, and we were provided with a video. And in fact, we sent that to the DAP for you to see. At that time, since that time, 2014, the CSA already acknowledged the issues effective performance evaluation system under the SPMS. And because of that revalidation, because of the testimony, CSA passed the revalida of the PJS as of 2014 year. And after which several symposiums, we were invited by the Civil Service Commission to share our best practices on SPMS and its impact to the organization. One of which was the Visayas Regional Symposium in Iloilo last 2016.
Ma'am, could you give us your latest award or recognition from
The Bronze Award, sir. The Bronze Award under Prime HRM. And
When
also
was that?
our certification from the regional office that we have the best perform SPMS 2019.
Okay, last year. Okay.
The Bronze Award was received by our president at PICC last July.
Thank you.
In addition to that, sir, I'm proud to say that our president was invited to share issues, best practices, and rewards and recognition at PICC. He had 2 sessions which were fully attended. To us, we said it is a blockbuster session because many requested to hear the best practices with our president here. And it's
You're all very full of passion.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any more questions? None?
No worries.
Okay. All right, so thank you, VSU.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we will have one last presentation, and then before we head off to the break, let's have a class picture. Okay? All right, so I would like to call on State University to present another best practice. So are you ready, BS Buksu?
Yes, ma'am, we are ready. Good
Okay.
morning, everyone, especially to our esteemed panel of judges. Mayong Buntag from Bukidnon State University. We are here to share with you our best practice from Bukidnon State University, specifically from the College of Education. We invite you to watch the video.
Bukidnon State University prides itself as a teacher education institution in northern Mindanao. Established in 1924 as a normal school, it continues its mission in producing competent teachers in various specializations, molding young Filipino learners who can contribute in building a progressive and resilient Philippine society. Awarded by the Commission on Higher Education as a center of development in teacher education, its role is to accelerate teacher education programs through strategic developmental agenda and projects in the region it serves. At the turn of the 21st century, the need to converge and collaborate with other agencies in fulfilling missions, targets, and plans have gained greater ground in higher education institutions. This practice of optimizing networks for teacher education development, or 1TED, of the College of Education seeks to adequately prepare teachers for 21st century learning environments through its holistic approach of provision of well-crafted curriculum, teacher training, professional linkages, research engagements, and varied clinical experiences for student interns. Networking with the academe and industry has woven divergent pathways that spurred the following collaborative undertakings which fall parallel to the university's mission on instruction, research, and extension. To conform to national teacher standards, the College of Education submitted its pre-service teacher education program for curriculum quality audit via the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, becoming one of the few TEIs to align with the PPST, and has since then integrated the beginning teacher indicators in its curriculum. To further improve its curriculum, Buksu partnered with the PNU Research Center for Teacher Quality and with Centers of Excellence and Centers of Development in writing PPST-based prototype syllabi in priority areas. The college was involved in the crafting and validation of practice-based framework for student interns, also known as Development of PSTEPT Framework. The 3NS Normalite program is designed to promote national student mobility of pre-service teaching interns with novel clinical experiences in different normal schools in the country. Buksu has sent more than 30 student interns and has hosted student interns from different state universities for this project. With Buksu's thrust of internationalization and ASEAN integration, Buksu has sent student interns in Thailand and Indonesia to demonstrate competence in teaching and learning in an international and global context. Buksu has trained Thai teachers in conversational English and to apply teaching strategies in teaching science and elementary mathematics using English. The university has sent a faculty to train teachers in Manado International School for training in pedagogy. Through the national network of normal schools with Bicol University, the COE faculty was engaged in research on environmental education. In the K-12 or basic education reform in the Philippines, the College of Education was at the forefront as it served as one of the service providers for the regional mass training of teachers in Region 10 for grades 8, 9, and 10 in all subject areas for the years 2013, 2014, and 2015. The College of Education served as training partner for the training of teachers under RA 10162, which aimed to train DOST scholars employed in DepEd in the intricacies of pedagogy, assessment, and instructional planning. The college is actively involved in various extension projects under the program Continuing Professional Development through Extension Services, CPDES. These are Pedagogical Content Knowledge in Action, Enabling Public School Teachers in Research, Capacitating DepEd Teachers on Knowledge and Skills in Sports, Capacitating the Alternative Learning System in Fed Teachers in Teaching Life Skills Education, Enhancing the Competencies of Non-Education Degree Holders Teaching in Public Secondary Schools, Computer Literacy Training for Students for 4th Army Training Group, Training and Doctrine Command, Philippine Army, Capacitating DepEd Teachers on Multi-Grade Instruction in the K-12 Classroom. Buksu has received 1.2 million grant by CHED, which trained education teachers from Mindanao State University, Bukidnon State University, University of Science and Technology in Southern Philippines, and Central Mindanao University in the new teacher education curriculum. Training for technology for teaching and learning to enhance knowledge and skills of teachers in technology integration. How far did we go as a college? Networking enabled us to achieve our quality assurance targets in the following: student mobility in local, national, and international levels, conformance to the Philippine professional standards for teachers, alignment of extension projects for the continuing professional education of in-service teachers, research engagements, and teaching proficiency and performance. Our practice of optimizing networks contribute to our quality assurance results. The College of Education attained an outstanding rating in the 2019 Office Performance Commitment and Review of Bukidnon State University. Center of Development in Teacher Education. Regional Quality Award. Plaque of Recognition for producing top-notchers in the licensure examination for teachers, awarded by the City Government of Malaybalay. Congratulatory resolution from Sangguniang Panlalawigan of Bukidnon. Certificate of recognition as partner university in the conduct of training program for newly hired teachers under RA 10162. Certificate of recognition for having its curriculum reviewed through the outcome-based teacher education program, curriculum quality audit. Certificate of recognition as partner towards the improvement of teaching and learning in the Philippines through outcome-based teacher education program, awarded by Basic Education Sector Transformation, BEST. The Australia Awards Fellowships. Dr. Oscar B. Cabanillas has joined 3NS University Presidents in the fellowship at the University of New England, Australia. We are firm in our commitment to ensure the sustainability of our projects for the continual improvement of teacher education, both pre-service and in-service teachers in the region. We connect, we network, we collaborate, we serve for the Filipino teachers, for the Filipino child, for a better and sustainable society. You wanted it. We wanted it.
Okay, thank you, Boksu. So the floor is now open for questions from the judges. Are there any questions from the judges?
I'd like to ask about your Thailand network. How did you go about choosing Thailand to be one of your partners?
I have here with me the Dean of the College of Education who will share the experience in connecting with Thailand.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. With regards to our connection in Thailand, it started when there was field trip or a teacher exposure to foreign countries by the elementary and education faculty members. When they were there visiting some schools, they were able to connect with the school in Thailand. That's the beginning of the collaboration. And after which, exchange communications were done, and we send students under the student internship abroad program. And since the administrators and faculty of the school where we send our students are impressed with our student teachers, they also send their teachers to be trained in our university. So for several summers, teachers from Thailand school were sent to our university, which strengthened our collaboration.
So, Mama, it was more of the Thai people coming to visit you to be trained rather than you going there to learn from them? Was it that good?
Yes, sir. It's a two-way. It's a two-way collaboration. We send our student teachers under the SIA program for their practicum or apprenticeship, and they also send their teachers to be trained on teaching science, math, and English using English.
But usually when you use somebody to partner with, you would like to select, because of your limited resources, to choose those that are of a higher performing so you can learn a lot more than the vice versa. So do you have those institutions that you benchmarked with that you knew they had good practices? That's why you sent your teachers to network to learn from them.
As of this time, sir, we have the International Affairs Office that are linking with international schools. Just like, for example, one of our faculty members is a recipient of the transnational education with the Goldsmith University and under Miriam College. So
How about locally? Do you have any good schools or practices that you network with in the Philippines? The high-performing schools.
Bukidnon State University is a member of the 3NS, or the National Network of Normal Schools. And because of that, we optimized our linkage. And since Bukidnon State University is a center of development, we are also qualified to be part of programs limited for CODs and COEs.
We have sent our student interns to Cebu Normal University, Palawan State University, Mariano Marcos State University, Philippine Normal University, and some students of these normal schools also come to, we host them, like from Western Mindanao State University, from Cebu Normal. So it's an exchange of interns from these normal schools. Thank you.
So in a nutshell, since you're a member of a network and all the members of the network are actually doing the same thing as what you're doing, I mean, what makes you stand out in the sense that what is it that you're doing that makes you different from the others?
Not all normal schools, not all
Are normal.
members of the normal schools are joining many of the programs. So it's as a state university, we optimize it, but that all projects set by the normal schools, we join the projects. Not all normal
which means
schools.
that, okay. So is there anything that's outstanding in the sense that you're the only university that actually does it?
Okay, Bukidnon State University, as a former normal school, we train not only teachers or future teachers in Bukidnon, but we also train teachers from the different divisions in Mindanao through our Bukidnon State University and DepEd Scholarship, wherein we produce administrators after they finish their graduate program. That concept, sir, is because Bukidnon, or not all the time, no, since the mountain cannot go to Muhammad, so we let the Muhammad come to the mountain. Bukidnon is a term for mountain. So representatives from the different divisions in DepEd come as scholars of Bukidnon State University, and after graduating, they become administrators, master teachers, and they also invite or encourage their fellow teachers to study in our university.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Have other universities approached you in order to replicate this program in their universities?
Yes, ma'am. As like for example, Camiguin Polytechnic State College, they come to us, they visit. Central Mindanao University, they benchmark also on how we go about with our student internship abroad program. Then Pangasinan State University also called up and asked us how we go about with our increase in our let percentage of passing and number of top notchers. So there are universities and colleges that benchmark on our best practices, especially on networking. Aside from that, several faculty members are also members of some networks, like for example, the network of outstanding teachers, because as of this time, there are 3 of us who are outstanding teachers of the Metro Bank, and the fourth, actually the first one already passed away, so tatlo na lang kami naiwan, and we always network with the other outstanding teachers nationwide. And aside from that, we also network with the different associations, like for example, the PA3I, the Philippine Australian Association of Australian Alumni, and then the Affinity, the Association of Filipino Nihongo Teachers, because our teachers, when they go abroad, when they come back, they pay it forward to serve the community. They become agents of change, and there is always a ripple effect.
Okay, so I think networking is something that is being commonly done by universities. In the Bukidnon State University, do you have a specific policy or framework on this particular approach to to achieving your mandate?
These wanted or optimizing networks for teacher education development is a holistic approach of the College of Education of optimizing networks to achieve quality assurance targets. For example, on the number of linkages, on the percentage of teachers trained, on the extension services that we do, on the, for example, because our networks is not only for the teachers, but we also have the in-service teachers. We network with DepEd to give teacher quality support, intervention of the in-service teachers. So we have different indicators that is being answered and addressed by this network. Networking with the international organizations is under the office of the Vice President for Research and Extension and International Affairs, and they have crafted a policy on this one, and this will be used by the whole university, still being on the process of being approved by the Board of Regents of the university, especially for internationalization.
Thank you.
I will ask one more question. With all the networks you have, you said holistic, but if you're given a choice, which one network would like has the biggest value to you, and you would like others to follow? What network in the...
Okay, so I think that to network with everybody is very important because we need them.
Yeah.
But for teacher education, the National Network of Normal Schools, because it's produced, it's mainly for teacher quality and improving the teacher education in the Philippines. We would like to benchmark on the National Network of Normal Schools because it's on teacher curriculum development, for research, for instructional material production, as for quality instruction that we need more, especially today that the teachers are in the front, in the field because of the quality of education in the Philippines.
We know that there are a lot of networks that we have, but only few teachers now belong in those some networks. They form as scaffoldings of this big network. That's why we optimize our network.
And also the TNS, sir, is not more on teachers na in service as faculty, but they have also we have also programs for student interns. That they can also share best practices from the different universities in the Philippines, and they can share when they come back to us again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Buksu. Yes, okay. So we will head into a morning break, but before we go to our break, let's turn on all our cameras for a class picture.
Turn on.
Is that okay? So I would like to request everyone to turn on their cameras.
Turn on. Naman, naka-on na.
Di ka nila makita. Sila yung makikita.
Okay, everyone, please turn on your cameras.
Okay. More questions? Bakit na naka-mute?
Dito.
Kita kanila dito. Kasi sa first page.
Yan itong smile.
Ako na naman. Thank you kayo. What the
Diba?
Mana?
One more moment, please. Sorry.
Maybe you can say 1, 2, 3.
Kita po ba kami?
Are we more? Can we have one more?
There.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we'll be back at 10:20 for 4 more presentations for this morning. Thank you to all our.
Thank you po. God bless.
Salamat.
Okay, let's have our 20-minute morning break. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, so our morning break is up, and we will proceed with our next 4 best practice presentations before we head on for lunch break. Okay, so the first that we'll be presenting is the Eastern Visayas Health Research and Development Consortium. So are you ready? Are you here?
Yes po. Yes, ma'am, we're here. Good morning.
Okay, so we can start the presentation now.
Good morning, everyone. We, the Eastern Visayas Health Research and Development Consortium, is inviting you to please watch our best practice. Please watch our video presentation.
Alexander Smith says, man doesn't plant a tree for himself, he plants it for posterity. AVHRDC helps the researchers to nurture the tree so as to bear fruits and yield the bountiful harvest, the fruition of their studies for the people of Region A. This is the same vision for our best practice, pioneering public-private partnership towards a sustainable Eastern Visayas health research innovation. The outline, who are we, the challenge, the response, deployment, innovation, performance, evidence, replicability, sustainability, and way forward. Let's start who AVHRDC is. Watch this.
The Eastern Visayas Health Research and Development Consortium is a structure created by the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology, which acts as the regional health research system for Eastern Visayas. In keeping with its vision of being a transformative health research consortium in the region, EVHRDC aims to lead in the generation and utilization of knowledge, innovation technology, products, and services in promoting health and improving the quality of life of the people in the region. The consortium is composed of 32 member institutions, with 16 from the academe, 10 from national government agencies, and 6 from the private sector and hospitals. The consortium has 6 committees, namely the Executive Committee, the Research Management Committee, the Ethics Review Committee, the Capacity Building Committee, the Research Utilization Committee, and the Structure, Organization, Monitoring, and Evaluation Committee that works hand in hand in linking together researchers and institutions to facilitate health research activities attuned to the regional priority health needs and to the National Unified Health Research Agenda.
So what was the challenge that we encountered for us to come up with our best practice? An increase in the number of health research proposals submitted to the consortium for funding consideration, an increase in the consortium's activities, particularly to address the training needs of the researchers. The growing number of representatives from member institutions that comprise the committees is also increasing. The increasing demand for research funding has prompted the consortium to develop a strategy to address this challenge. This indeed is a very good challenge and a good problem to have. Our response is aligned with the PNHRS strategic objective, specifically to increase the financial and other resource commitment for health research. DOH, which initiative as the chair of the consortium, allocated funds for the research activities and research grants starting in the year 2011. The best practice was conceived entitled 4Ps TSEVHRI. With this, we are able to download the funds. 2 funding agencies support each other, and there's a strong collaboration. How did we deploy this practice? 4Ps TSEVHRI is both operational and administrative in nature. The Executive Committee and the 5 committees have played a crucial role in the overall management and control of the operations. The 4Ps TSEVHRI is regularly and consistently practiced. 4Ps is an original practice of AVHRDC in terms of resource mobilization, maximization of resources. The practice and the partnership between DOH and UST is unique to AVHRDC as compared to other consortia in the country. Some innovative features include revisiting our regional unified health research agenda, conduct research proposal enhancement workshop, maintain 15 BRM trainers who conduct training and mentoring to our researchers. After our practice was deployed, we definitely saw a significant improvement to our performance. Increase in the number of support staff, increase in the number of activities conducted, number of proposals reviewed by the RMC exceeded the targets. Because of this partnership, ABHRDC is funded a total number of 25 proposals from 2011 to 2019. Of all consortia from all regions, ABHRDC generated and funded more proposals. Look at the chart. Proposal generated 14% for EBHRDC and proposals funded 23% of the pie for Eastern Visayas. Adhering to the ABHRDC's vision as a transformative consortium, evidence-informed policies were also developed and disseminated. On the policy note, improving sanitary conditions and food handler practice among school canteens in Eastern Visayas, it has a very significant contribution. And on the policy brief, the seasonal pattern of occurrence of Aedes aegypti by larvae trap surveillance, there's also a very significant contribution. ABHRDC performs well with its resource mobilization and also excels in resource utilization. For the last 2 years, almost 100% of the budget was absorbed. The best practice supports our researchers and capacitates our members. Here are the proofs. Our Ethics Review Committee is a Level 2 accredited research ethics committee that can review all types of researches except clinical trials. We regularly attend and join national activities and win those. In the 13th PNHRS week, we have 3 major awards. In the first Health Research Forum for Action in the Visayas, we have 2 first-place awards. In the Union Asia Pacific Region 2019 Third Biennial Asia Pacific Research Conference, we also have a major award from Indonesia. And in 12th PNHRS week, we also have 3 major awards. The RDC resolution generated by the study also affirms the effectiveness of the practice. The PCHRD certified that ABHRDC is an active consortium which showed its commitment and support to the health research. Our best practice has a high potential to be replicated by other organizations. ABHRDC produced the Manual of Operations, making it a very useful document in replicating ABHRDC's best practice. Other organizations also showed their interest in our best practice. A benchmark activity was conducted by DOH, RO2 Research Unit, and DOH BARM Research Unit. In terms of sustainability and way forward, we have maintained collection of fees and the DOST JIA grants. We have regular assessment, capability building, and recognition. With our best practice, pioneering public-private partnership towards sustainable Eastern Visayas health research and innovation, we can say that alone we can do so little, together we can do so much, by Helen Keller. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the floor is now open for questions from the judges. Do the judges have any questions?
Okay, let me go first. Can you just highlight in a nutshell, what are you doing differently that you would like to highlight sa dami na binanggit ninyo? Digo, what is in your research and development consortium, your program, or your system that you'd like to highlight compared to other organizations?
Let me answer the question. Okay. There are actually 17 research consortia in the Philippines. So each region has research and development consortium. And what is unique with our consortium is that we are the only consortium that actually conducts consultation with end users of research results through our revisiting the research agenda of the of the region, like the Regional Unified Health Research Agenda, where we involve the program managers and the LGU health practitioners. Another is we're the only region that provides the research proposal enhancement workshop, which is an enabling environment for the researchers to complete their proposals with technical and ethical soundness before they are actually funded. And then aside from this, we are the only region also that has a strong partnership among the member institutions who are involved in the consortium.
But isn't it a motherhood? Because most organizations, consortium like that in the OST, they also have that. They network with the users in piloting, eventually to commercializing the research that they've done, and even conducting pilot runs with users. In your case, it's for the health sector, right? You're doing the research for the health sector. But it's similar for other industries too. But the methodology of the process, you still have to the test of the pudding is in the eating. So whatever research must be eventually applied, or else it's useless. So in your case, you're saying that you have a strong networking or touching base with the end users of your research, right? And likewise, you said that you have a very strong member consortium to which you also you network. Isn't that also similar to the other sectors?
What makes us different, sir, from other consortium is that we are the only consortium that provides mentoring and coaching services to the researchers through the research proposal enhancement workshop. Because the researchers are provided adequate time to develop their proposals, and then we also provide the mentoring and coaching services through our in-house consultants and mentors, as well as external consultants. So these are not found in other regions. That is the real practice why we were able to generate, in fact, the most number of funded proposals compared to other research consortium.
Okay. In some areas, the research is being done by consultants or by research institutions, universities, right? They tie up. The DOSC ties up with them. In those cases, in your case, you're the ones handling the training, the mentorship, the coaching. Okay.
Although, sir, we can also mention the funding allocation of the Department of Health. In fact, we were not able to just mention it in the write-up, but we are the first Department of Health regional office that allocated funds to the research consortium, and this research fund is used for granting research proposals as well as operational funds. So we combine our funds with the consortium, and then our resources is increased significantly.
You mentioned that you were partners with 6 private hospitals. Was that in your video? Yes. Was it 6? Do you have partners?
Hospital and medical institutions, sir.
Yes, 6 medical institutions. Do you also have partners with government hospitals like PGH or provincial hospitals?
We have actually, as of the moment, we have not yet partnered with other with the national hospitals like the PGH that you have mentioned. But we are most of our partnership are actually with the DOH retained hospitals, the Visayas Regional Medical Center, and the CIST Hospital in the region. But other hospitals are also involved, are also given the opportunity to avail of our trainings and as well as our funding opportunities for their research proposal. So that is their participation for the.
Is there any reason why you don't touch base? Because PGH is well known for the research stuff. So how come you're not touching base with them?
Actually, sir, it's usually done with because this is what we call the collaborative research. We are actually, that is our dream in the future. As for now, we are more involved in public health researches, and PGH is more on clinical trials. One of our partner institutions is the Visayas Regional Medical Center. I believe it's the one that is in partnership with the PGH because they are mostly from the hospitals.
We also have very big national hospitals in the Quezon City. We call it the BOP. It's the lung center, the kidney center, the heart center, all those big hospitals which will also they're also very high in research and applied technologies. Anyway, thank you.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. You did mention a lot of awards that you have received. Now, which of these are directly attributable to the fact that you have your consortium, or you adopted a different way of running your consortium?
Let me answer the question. So good morning.
Yes, yes, please.
So the awards that we have indicated are mostly coming from the funded researches that we have in the region. Uh, for example, the level 2 for ERC is a part of the initiative of the consortium. In our participation in the PNHRS, we have the participants are also coming from the GBPHRTC. So these awards mentioned are usually involves participants for funded projects of the consortium.
Okay.
Sir, if I may add something. Good morning.
Yes, please. Yes.
All right. So based on the explanation of one of our members, so it's the enhancement of the skills of our researchers, no? Because uh, our objective really is to be able to present the paper and then pitch the paper, come up with policies out of the researches conducted, and then later on maybe possibly expand and publish the paper. So our consortium has a way of presenting all this in our health research conference. So in that research conference, the winners will now represent our region in the national competition. So this is where our studies are being recognized. And so in the presentation earlier also, we showed you that some of our studies are published, and some of our studies also, we come up with policy notes or policy briefs. Thank you.
Okay. Now, what efforts are you making in order to encourage other consortia to adopt your best practice? I mean, the idea is for us to be able to to propagate our best practice and see that the others are also benefiting from what we have learned. I mean, do you already have efforts to encourage the replication of your practice?
Sir, can I answer the question, please?
Yes, yes, please.
Good morning to our esteemed Board of Judges. The EVHRDC, or Eastern Visayas Research and Development Consortium, believes that documentation, well-documented manuals, guidelines, and documents are key to replication. As presented, we have a documented manual of operations, which became effective April 2018. In that manual of operation, it embodies the consortium's vision, mission, and objectives and goals. Likewise, it lays down the procedures of the different committees and the activities of the consortium. With this, other consortium or other entities with health related researches have already done benchmarking to our consortium. To name one is the RHRDC, Research and Development Consortium of Caraga Region, or Region 13. What has been replicated in Caraga RHRDC is the strong partnership of the consortium with the Department of Health, particularly in funding assistance. As mentioned by one of our colleagues a while ago, we were the first, or we are only the, we were the first consortium to have a strong partnership with DOH, Department of Health, which leads to the giving of financial assistance from the Department of Health to the consortium, among others. So this was replicated in Caraga RHRDC.
Okay.
Another is that there were two other DOH regional offices who were also member of their RHRDC in their respective regions, DOH Region 2 and DOH BARM, Bangsamoro region. They came to Eastern Visayas and benchmark in what was the EVHRDC was doing. And lastly, the RHRDC of General Santos also requested us to present the best practices and activities of EVHRDC in their region. There is also one thing that we have done as far as our best practice is concerned, which we were not able to write it in our application. This is the presence of the EVHRDC website, region8.healthresearch.ph. This has a big importance as far as replicability is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so that wraps up the question and answer for the consortium. Okay,
May I
thank you.
ask one more question? May I ask one more question?
Okay, let's we can entertain one more question, ma'am, from you.
Okay, so what systems are in place to ensure the sustainability of the consortium?
Answer, ma'am. Okay, sustained support. Oh, yes, sir. Ernie.
Raymond, please go ahead.
Okay, there is a sustained support. There is a sustained support from DUST PCHRD and then DUS 08 and DOH also and 32 members. So this is based on RA number 1032 that funds from DUST will come under the PHNRS law. So and then this will be sustained because we have an existing constitution and bylaws, and then we have MOO, and we have collection of membership fees and annual dues from the members. So with this, with the DOST RO8 providing also through GIA program, so all the activities that we have will really be sustained in terms of assessment capability building and also giving of recognition of our researchers in the region. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the consortium, and thank you to the judges. Now we will proceed with the next presentation from the City Government of Parañaque. So, the City Government of Parañaque, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're here. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. So you may start your presentation.
Mr. Arnel Abanto, Vice President and Managing Director, Center for Quality Competitiveness of the Development Academy of the Philippines, to the panel of judges, Assistant Secretary Carito Magsino of the DBM, Director Alma Flores Foronda of the Civil Service Commission, Engineer Raymond Tan, Private Sector Consultant, to the members of the Government Best Practices Recognition Committee, fellow government colleagues and partners in the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Parañaque City Mayor Edwin L. Olivares, I would like to thank the Development Academy of the Philippines for this opportunity to be recognized as one of the best practitioners in this year's Government Best Practices recognition. As we continue to battle with the socio-economic impact brought by COVID-19 pandemic, the local government of Parañaque City continues to implement innovative and agile solutions to help both businesses and consumers in this challenging time. Our entry submission is the Project Express Lane Operation and its iterations. Project ELO was developed as a result of strong political commitment of the local government to further improve the delivery of public services and increase customer satisfaction relative to the issuance of permits and clearances. One of the primary objectives of the Project ELO is to simplify and integrate core processes involved in business permitting, which is significant in the development of the local government's programs and activities. Since 2013, we have introduced streamlining initiatives on regulatory procedures and continue to enhance the functionalities of the Project ELO based on the requirements needed by the stakeholders. As an example of best practice, I would like to highlight the following key messages. Message number one, the Project ELO is a proof that the whole of government approach is an effective tool in the delivery of public service. We have successfully co-located all departments involved and integrate online barangay clearance in business permitting process, the first in the history of local government. Message number two, it is a continuing work in action. The Project ELO is designed in such a way that it can easily adapt to the changing environment. And message number three, as we go through the AVP, the Project ELO demonstrated performance indicators that significantly change the way we do things in government. We have institutionalized game-changer reforms to support both national and local development agenda. As a final note, the local government commits to the promotion of government technology under RA 11032 or the Ease of Doing Business law. We believe that we can further improve the business regulatory environment and reinvent customer experience in this new digital normal. We hope to inspire our colleagues in both private and public sector with this entry AVP and looking forward to future collaboration and benchmarking activities on Project ELO. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat. And we are ready for our AVP.
Okay, may I ask the first question? Actually, the digit.
Sorry, sorry, ma'am. They haven't.
You're not yet finished. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
As part of the administration's socio-economic agenda on improving competitiveness in the ease of doing business, the local government of Parañaque has institutionalized the Business Permits and Licensing Office as the primary unit responsible for creating a business-friendly environment for local and foreign investors in the city of Parañaque. Before the passage of RA 11032 or the EODB law, the local government has been advocating for development of an innovative and agile business solution to further improve the business permitting process. This leads to the issuance of Executive Order Number 18-14 Series of 2018 to institutionalize the creation and implementation of the Project Express Lane Operation.
ELO for ELO.
The project primarily aims to simplify and integrate business permitting process to enhance business and consumer confidence and improve the delivery of public service. Project ELO employs a whole of local government approach composed of various departments and offices involved in business permitting, such as the Business Permits and Licensing Office, the City Planning and Development Coordinator's Office, the Office of the City Building Official, the City Health Office, the City Treasurer's Office, Liga ng mga Barangay, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the City Environment and Natural Resources Office, and the Philippine National Police. Project ELO boasts of the following salient features: the use of concierge-type arrangement for accepting and releasing business-related documents, use of unified application form and single checklist of documentary requirements, co-location of all departments and offices, including the BFP and the City Treasury, one-time assessment and payment of local taxes, fees, and charges, and simultaneous release of all permits and clearances. Evolving from the traditional business one-stop shop, Project ELO has made business registration in the city of Parañaque more efficient and effective, using innovative business solutions and productivity measures which trim down the business registration process into 3 simple steps. Step 1, application verification and assessment. Step 2, one-time payment. And step 3, simultaneous release of all permits and clearances. Filling up multiple forms is a thing of the past, as a unified form is utilized to gather necessary information to be used by other departments and offices. Co-location eases the physical and mental burden that applicants go through in registering their business, as customers need not go from one office to another to secure their permits or clearances. One of the milestones of Project ELO is the online integration of barangay clearance, which can now be applied, paid, and issued at the Project ELO concierge. All of the barangays can monitor in real time all applications and payment transactions using an integrated software developed by the IT team of the Project ELO. And the one-time assessment and payment of local taxes, fees, and charges paved the way for the simultaneous release of all permits and clearances. A vision of the Ease of Doing Business Act brought to life by Project ELO.
The Game Changer.
Project ELO 2.0 is a game changer in the reform in the business registration process. It adopts an application tracking system which enables the customers to view the milestones and progress of their application while waiting at the concierge lobby. The document management system ensures that all business-related documents are digitized and stored in a central data bank, which can be conveniently monitored and verified. The City of Parañaque adheres to data protection and privacy of collected information in digitizing the documents. The use of smart kiosk reinvents the customer experience in transacting at the City Hall. The kiosk will enable the applicants to generate their application forms and their respective statements of account. When Mayor Edwin Olivares assumed office in 2013, his brand of public service was anchored on Bagong Parañaque, business-friendly environment, academic excellence, good governance and public order, opportunities for livelihood and housing, nutrition, health and senior citizens' welfare and social services, and God-centered leadership. True to his brand of public service, Mayor Olivares through Project ELO was able to simplify the business registration in the city of Parañaque from 19 steps to 3. This resulted to the increase in the number of registered businesses in the city at 27,000 in 2019. Along with it is an increase in business tax collection from 1 billion in 2013 to 3.5 billion in 2020. This turned the city of Parañaque into a haven of benchmarking activities. Project ELO has been recognized by both national and local government in its effort to undertake drastic reform initiatives on business permitting process. The city of Parañaque intends to enhance the functionalities of the system to be more responsive in the needs of the stakeholders and provide options in other business-related services, especially in this time of pandemic.
ELO 3.0.
To ensure sustainability and continuous improvement of the Project ELO, the City of Parañaque developed the following iterations: simplification of regulatory processes and requirements, the use of digital management tools and applications, automation of business registration process, and application of advanced digital tools and connectivity to the national government portal. In addressing contemporary needs, the City of Parañaque introduced the following innovations in e-governance services: online appointment and scheduling system, online application for new business, online assessment and payment, online courier and delivery service, Express Link Online, and electronic signatures.
ELO 3.1.
Moving forward, the city aims to expand its e-governance services by connecting to the national government portal to realize an end-to-end online business registration. In line with this, the city intends to utilize the following: electronic receipts, electronic permits and licenses, and to connect to the national government portal, like the Central Business Portal, the Philippine Business Data Bank, and the Business Name Registration System, Next Generation. Towards this end, the City of Parañaque commits to the fulfillment of Project ELO in the delivery of public services and contribution to nation building. Project ELO.
Serbisyo lang po.
Okay, that concludes the presentation. The judges may now ask questions from the presenter.
Okay. I think the ARTA must be very different from the others and makes it as a best practice.
Yes, ma'am. True that the ease of doing business law mandates for automation. However, there are innovations that we made, like what we mentioned in our iterations. We have the online appointment system. These are not provided for in the ease of doing business law. We also have the use of e-signature and ultimately the release of permits, digital permits. That's the end goal of our city, no? And the game changer actually is the integration in of the barangay clearance. Uh, all all LGUs, ma'am, they issue a barangay clearance, but however in the city of Parañaque we have an online system wherein the barangay sees the application real time. So the fees collected by each barangay, the applications, the data regarding that certain client or applicant are seen real time by the barangay, by the respective barangay, which has never been replicated as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, following through. You see, the frontline services and functions of LGUs are the same throughout the country. Okay. Now, since you already have a very commendable system as we see it, do you have plans or efforts to actually replicate your system throughout to as many LGUs as possible so that all citizens in the country would have the same experience as those in Parañaque?
Yes, sir, that's true. As you've seen during in our presentation, excuse me, a lot of LGUs have already done benchmarking activities in the city of Parañaque, and one
Yes, but
significant
okay. What I was trying to say is that rather than let the LGUs do everything from scratch, no, is it something that you can readily share? As in,
Yes, sir.
this is already
Yes, sir.
something that's fixed. You just use it the next
Yes,
day.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Incidentally, I'm also the national president of the business permits and licensing officers of the country. So these best practices that we have, we share it to other local government units. But incidentally, we are also part of the technical working group of the ARTA, drafting the joint memorandum circular on implementing this RA 11032. And we have furnished ARTA with our templates, the ordinances, the unified checklist of requirements. We also shared to them and to all the LGUs the system, the model system that we are adopting with respect to IT. You know, the problem with other LGUs, sir, is that they procure a system, and after the change of administration, and there's another provider. But in the city of Parañaque, one of the terms of reference of our bidding is that the source code must be made part of the agreement of the purchase, so that our IT team can do modifications, slight modifications as the time and the need arises. So yun po yung aming, yes sir.
Okay, so the system that you're using right now belongs to the city of Parañaque.
Yes, sir. 100%. Because the
And
source
therefore,
code.
and therefore can be shared with other cities as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Melanie, you mentioned that the things you're doing differently is online appointment, e-signatures, digital permits potentially, and eventually the best one you were saying is the integration of the barangay clearance with the city level. Tama? Huh?
Yes, sir. Actually, it is implemented since 2018. The
Yeah.
online integration. Yes, sir.
But the first three you mentioned, the online appointment, that's already being done everywhere. The
But not
e-signature,
in LGU, sir.
huh? So,
But not yet in the LGU.
not in LGUs, but in terms of a process, it's very common everywhere, private and public. Even court cases are being done online appointments. E-signatures, ganun din. Some do a barcode, no? Just to be able to make it, instead of a signature, it's a barcode. The others, for digital permits, is something I've heard. So we won't be requiring any business permits being shown in the establishments anymore if you have a e-copy. Is that what
That's
you're saying?
correct, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so
That's
that's
correct.
something. No. Okay, that's something innovative because some people require, like BAR always requires it to be placed there on your establishment. And the last one is on the barangay. What specifically did you do to be able to integrate that makes it innovative? The system, and were the softwares, hardwares, ano ba to? You link their database with your database in the city level?
Yes, sir. Actually, for majority of the LGUs, ito po talaga yung pain points, how to convince the barangays to integrate with the city level so that the client does not need to go to the barangay anymore. No?
So you did it
Sir,
100% for you, for Parañaque. All
yes, sir,
barangays are
100%.
doing that. 100%.
Since 2018. So, but fortunately, to be honest, Parañaque has only 16 barangays, unlike the other LGUs. But we have 16 big barangays, and the barangay chairman here are not your usual or typical barangay chairman. There are doctors, there are lawyers. So, in short po, big time. Hindi pwedeng basta mo mabraso. But what we did, sir, in 2018, incidentally, Project ELO, the first version of Project ELO is a project of the city of Parañaque when we attended the course on public sector productivity sa DAP din po. So Project ELO, dyan po nabuo yung project na yan. And yung aming innovation dyan is talagang, kasi po yan yung time na 2018 effectivity ng 11032. Pero nauna po kami. We issued the EO first before the signing of the President of 11032. So ang ginawa po namin, we political will, political commitment of the mayor, kinausap po lahat ng barangay captains, all 16 barangay captains, all the treasurers, all the secretaries. Kung nakita niyo po kanina yung meeting with the mayor and with all the barangay officials, no? And the mayor really said, we have to do this. We have to integrate kasi ito yung direksyon ng ating administrasyon. And syempre, sir, there are apprehensions and syempre, it's lessening the turf, no? Ano naman yan turf kasi yan. Bakit tatanggalin sa amin yung pag-issue ng barangay clearance? Ano po? So, ang ginawa ho namin, ano ba issue? What's the real issue? Sabi nila, baka daw pagka sa city ng Olekta, hindi nila makuha yung funds nila, the revenue that they get from, kasi doon pagbayad sa kanila na. So the timing of the remittance, no? So what we did, we lobbied with our city council to pass an ordinance, no, mandating the city treasurer to remit the barangay clearance fees within 7 days or every 7 days para po to ensure na yung pondo nyo nandyan and it will be released to you on time. And also yung cedula, kasi po pag when you apply for cedula, yung individual cedula, when you apply it sa barangay, the barangay gets 50% share of the cedula. And if you do that, na nag-apply ka sa City Hall, then wala na silang share sa cedula. Hindi po ba? So, issue rin yan. So, what we did, also through an ordinance, we mandated the release still of the 50% share ng barangay kahit sa City Hall na in-apply yung cedula. So, they're happy. Tsaka sabi naman po namin sa kanila, it's just the application, no, of the barangay clearance and the issuance. You can still do inspection. Kung sa tingin nyo they're violating ordinances or laws, you can still inspect them and report to the BPLO so that we can do the proper action. So hindi naman po inalis. Sa umpisa lang to make transacting with the city faster and easier.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions from the judges, thank you. City Government of Parañaque. Okay.
Thank you.
So now we will proceed with the next presentation from the municipal government of San Fernando Romblon. So they also have a video that we will be presenting.
Sa buong probinsya ng Romblon, ang munisipyo ng San Fernando ang kauna-unahang nagsagawa ng Rescue and Fire Olympics. Ang Rescue and Fire Olympics ay taunang ginagawa ng aming opisina tuwing National Disaster Resilience Month. Ito ay tuwing buwan ng Hulyo. Nagsimula ito noong taong 2018, nasundan ng taong 2019, ngunit pansamantalang nahinto ngayong taon dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic. Ang kompetisyon na ito ay nilalaukan ng mga secondary at tertiary school rescue and fire brigade team. Ito ay aming nabuo upang mabigyang solusyon ang mga problemang kinakaharap ng aming lugar tulad ng pabago-bagong klima o climate change at ang geographical na lokasyon ng aming munisipyo na nagdudulot ng kalamidad at anumang sakuna sa aming bayan. Isa pang nakita naming problema ay ang kakulangan ng manpower ng aming opisina, lalong-lalo na tuwing may rescue operation. At nakita rin namin na kulang ang volunteerism ng mga tao. Ito marahil sa kadahilan ng salat ang kanilang kaalaman pagdating sa rescue at firefighting operations. Ang paligsahan na ito ay may mga layunin. Una, para mahasa at mapalawak namin ang kaalaman at kakayahan ng mga kalahok at pati na rin ang komunidad pagdating sa rescue at firefighting operations. Ikalawa, para marami kaming mahikayat na rescue volunteer at maging force multiplier ng aming opisina at ng BFP tuwing may rescue at fire incident. Pangatlo, para magkaroon ng magandang samahan at ugnayan sa pagitan ng aming opisina, komunidad, rescue at fire brigade team at BFP. At higit sa lahat, ito ay ginagawa namin para makamit ang mission at vision ng MDRRM Council ng San Fernando para maging handa at resilient ang aming mga mamamayan at para makamta namin ang zero casualty na aming minimiti sa panahon ng kalamidad at anumang sakuna na maaari naming kakaharapin. Kinilala rin ang gawaang ito ng Office of Civil Defense Mimaropa Region bilang malaking kontribusyon sa larangan ng disaster preparedness and response. Para ito ay aming maisakatuparan, kami ay nagsagawa ng orientation sa lahat ng rescue at fire brigade team, coaches and managers. Sa mismong araw ng patimpalak, nagkaroon kami ng parade at opening program. Pagkatapos, lahat ng mga kalahok ay nagtunggali para sa 3 klaseng kompetisyon. Ang una ay ang rescue and transfer lay. Ipinapakita dito ang iba't ibang klase ng tamang pagbuhat ng pasyente. Pangalawa ay ang fire extinguishment. Dito ipinapakita kung paano ang tamang paggamit ng fire extinguisher sa pag-apula ng apoy. Ang pangatlo ay ang bucket relay. Ipinapakita dito ang mabilis na pagsalin ng tubig na pwedeng gamitin tuwing may sunog. Naidaos na matagumpay ang patimpalak at pinarangalan ang mga nanalong kalahok.
Okay, that concludes the presentation of Romblon, San Fernando Romblon. So the floor is now open for questions from the judges.
May I ask the first question?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Are there other Bureau of Fire offices in the region, other regional offices who are also doing these activities? And if yes, how different is this program from that of the others?
Ma'am, good morning po. This is Ivan from San Fernando Romblon. Actually, this Rescue and Fire Olympics has gotten its inspiration from the Bureau of Fire Protection's Fire Olympics. However, because of the mandate of the MDRRM office and the overarching principle, which is the resiliency, we have incorporated in the practice the aspect of disaster preparedness and response in the form of Olympics, because that serves as the summit, or what we call the culmination of all the efforts of MDRRM office when it comes to disaster management. So we try to capacitate all our stakeholders. Even we mobilize our volunteers in schools, in the community, to be able to help them respond during disasters and calamities. So I think that is the difference of and the unique characteristic of this practice from other offices, particularly from the Bureau of Fire Protection.
So disaster preparedness is being incorporated, but my next question is, how do you measure the success of this program?
Okay. For the success indicator of this program, the mandate of and targets of the MDRRM office is to achieve zero casualty and resilience, and as well as to gain more volunteers, because the municipality of San Fernando Romblon belongs to a fourth-class municipality, and as a municipality to be tagged, to be labeled, to be categorized as fourth-class municipality means that we have limited funds, we have limited resources, we have limited manpower and financial capacities. That's why we really have to mobilize volunteers. So we have started our this practice started with only 40 volunteers, and now we already have at least 400 volunteers in the whole municipality of San Fernando. And also, before the implementation of this practice, the municipality of San Fernando experienced the what you call casualties during calamities, particularly during typhoons. But now, because all our stakeholders and community and volunteers are capacitated and well trained when it comes to disaster management, for the last 2 years, we are zero casualty here in Mimaropa region.
Okay, thank you.
What measures are you adopting to ensure that this program will go beyond the present administration?
Okay. Actually, for this program, the local Sanggunian of San Fernando has supported this initiative. In fact, they have made a legislative measure in the form of appropriation ordinance. In fact, this has been incorporated in the local disaster risk reduction and management plan and the comprehensive development agenda or capacity development agenda, which are aligned to the comprehensive development agenda of the municipality, which are considered as the mother of all plans for all local government units in the country. So there is an assurance that for this administration or even beyond, this practice will remain as will be implemented even with the passing of administrations and leaders in our municipality.
Any future plans?
For the future plans, of this project, actually we have already convened all the members of the MDRRMC in our municipality and also located in Sibuyan Island. That's why we have already forged partnership and ties with different stakeholders such as the civil society organizations, the NGOs, and the private sectors who are members of this MDRRMC for us to be able to share this practice or this initiative to them. But in fact, many organizations, particularly schools, have already adopted and replicated this practice and initiative, particularly the secondary and tertiary schools. And we are trying to promote this even at the barangay level. So we will mobilize additional responders because we cannot avert the climate change is already happening. We cannot avert that fact. But one good thing about this is that we are capacitating all our constituents here in San Fernando so that we will become resilient and we will be able to survive all those calamities and disasters that strike here in our region.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
I'd like to ask a question. You mentioned that you already have 400 volunteers as of the moment, right?
Yes, sir.
Starting from 40. When was the 40 and when was the 400? Up to
Okay, so 40 volunteers in the year 2017.
So
And as of now, in the year 2020, yes, we have already mobilized at least 400 volunteers, 399 to be exact.
Okay. And how many are you targeting? How many? What is the population of San Fernando Romblon? And of the population, how many do you want to be able to capacitate in terms of a ratio of rescue volunteers?
Okay, yung population po ng buong San Fernando is 23,000, more than 23,000. But our plan is to be resilient and to capacitate all the community by means of this through schools, especially the part.
Okay. So how many we are targeting? Okay. At least for every barangay, we are targeting at least we have volunteers for 100 to 200 volunteers. So these are progressing. Yes, per barangay.
How many barangays do you have?
We have 12 barangays in San Fernando.
So 12 times
12 times 100,
100,
1,000 to 200.
So you're at 400 now. So
Yes, sir.
you're one third
Yes.
the way towards there. Okay.
Yes, those are the future plans of our council.
When do you plan to reach that goal?
Okay. So for the plans of that goal, actually it's a continuous process. Today or as of the moment, even we are experiencing the pandemic, we are not we ensure that we are continuously mobilizing in the barangay. In fact, we have already organized our teams there, and we are trying to train them this November to add or to augment our volunteers.
So when is your target to reach the 1,200?
By end of 2022, most probably.
Okay. So what are you doing differently in terms of getting these volunteers? Because what you're doing is common: the Olympics, the first aid, the training, etc. No, the fire, and it's very common in both the private and public sectors. They've been doing that. So what are you doing differently?
Okay. So actually, we do not actually consider this as a common practice because we have incorporated, it's a multi-sectoral approach. We are incorporating all the vital sectors and players in the community, and they are all involved in this Olympics, meaning to say there's a community or the whole of community approach is being applied in this practice. So
for fire, for first aid, for
yes, sir. For all hazards when it comes to disaster management.
Okay, because take for example in Manila, it's very common that there are a lot of fire volunteers, all with equipment. Like the Chinese, they have a big network of fire trucks and very good volunteers, etc. Do you have a similar thing maybe at your provincial level?
Meron din po kami dito sa aming provincial level ng ganyan. Pero yung activity po namin, yung program po namin is not only focuses on fire. We focus also on other hazards such as typhoons, landslide, floods. Kung saan po yung...
Saan kayo magaling? Saan kayo pinakamagaling? Kung sabi, kung gusto nyo matuto, dito kayo pumunta sa San Fernando. Dito sila magaling. What's that? What kind of disaster do you have? Is it fire? Is it a floods, typhoon, earthquake?
In the case of San Fernando, we try to really capacitate all the personnel of MDRRM office are well capacitated when it comes to typhoon, flooding, flash flood, the landslide, and fire. So these are
parang paramedic. Basta paramedic, punta kayo sa Romblon.
All encompassing.
Okay. So hindi specialist, ano kayo? Generalist. Okay, thank you.
Okay, one last clarification.
Okay.
Is it correct that you're doing these activities only during the National Disaster Month?
July.
Yes.
So
During
only
month of
once-
July, ma'am.
Only on the month of July, but for the rest of the months, you don't have activities like this?
No, ma'am. Every school po ay nagka-conduct sila ng regularly conducting Rescue and Fire Olympics in their school level. Kasi po ina-adapt na po nila nito. So hindi lang po doon during month of July. So all throughout the years po is continuous yung learning and capacitating po namin doon sa mga community and schools ay continuous po.
And may I just add, ma'am, the activity or the event of the MDRRM office for July is serves as the culmination or the summit of this practice. However, in different months such as let's say September, October, November, etc., we are mobilizing and continuously organizing volunteers and responders in the barangay level. So that's why there is no gap in the practice of this initiative. So during July, that is the time where we conduct our Olympics. But in some other months, we mobilize and we try to capacitate them by doing information education campaign, training seminars with them as participants.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, San Fernando Romblon. Okay, so we will go to the last best practice presentation for this morning, and then we will have our lunch break. So I would like to call on Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center. Okay, so we will be presenting their video.
May we be allowed to present our presentation?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
A pleasant day to the panel of judges of the Government Best Practice Recognition and to our fellow finalists. Our innovation is something that we did not expect to become the foundation of all our hospitals' digital platform, especially now that this pandemic has shifted every organization system into paperless transactions. We worked hard for this process even before this pandemic unfolded. Our SDN was put to the test during this most trying time and significantly contributed to the optimized and enhanced response to the pandemic. VGHMC is the only level 3 hospital in the province under the Department of Health. About 200 government health facilities in Bataan are level 1, infirmary and primary in nature. We have an authorized bed capacity of 214 and 150% occupancy rate before this innovation. We were not happy that BGHMC was not the preferred hospital by the Bataeños because of the poor services that it has provided before. We were even labeled as a butcher hospital. But in 2014, we redeemed our reputation by acquiring the ISO certification. The internal factors of lack of committed staff, medicine, and even lack of quality standards, equipment and facilities, and out-of-pocket expenses were addressed, and yet we still face the problem of congestion in the hospital. We look into the external factors that cause primary cases congestion, while tertiary cases needing our care went to private hospitals, even if they do not have the money. We realized that there was poor gatekeeping due to lack of functional service delivery network. With the ISO certification in place, BGHMC became functional in patient care, but still poorly rated in our responsiveness because we cannot accommodate tertiary cases needing our services. This is the case mix ratio attended in our hospital for several years, 86% primary and 14% tertiary. We did not fully comply with our mandate to serve tertiary cases that it is created for. We have to maximize the competency and capabilities of our specialists and subspecialists for tertiary cases. In order to achieve its purpose, we needed a functional referral system. We saw that the online SDN is the answer. What was once a pipe dream has grown into something enormous from our pilot city, the city of Balanga, to a province-wide system that has now reached other provinces like Palawan, Aklan, and Nueva Ecija. And because of the SDN online referral system, the provincial government of Bataan was chosen as one of the advanced sites of universal healthcare implementation. And we were conferred to proficiency stage in the performance governance system with a Gold Trailblazer Award. Just recently, I have been awarded with the 2020 HAP Regional Winners for the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Award of the Civil Service Commission that recognized the online SDN platform that I have authored. This is how it works.
Bataan BGHMC Service Delivery Network Online Referral System. Ang SDN Online Referral System ay may gatekeeping upang matukoy at masiguro kung saang pasilidad pagamutan ka dapat pumunta. Ito ay may koordinasyon sa bawat level ng sistemang pangkalusugan. Ito ay ang primary healthcare o pangunahing pangangalaga, secondary healthcare o pangangalagang sekundarya, tertiary healthcare o pangangalagang tertiary. Saan ba dapat pumunta? Ang tamang pasilidad para sa mga hindi nangangailangan na agarang gamutan ay maaaring magpunta sa barangay health station o rural health unit sa inyong lugar. Mula dito, maaari nilang i-refer sa pinakamalapit na district hospital at pribadong ospital kung ito ay nangangailangan ng pangangalagang sekundarya. Maaari ding i-refer ng BHS, RHU, district hospital at pribadong ospital ang pasyente na nangangailangan ng tertiaryong pangangalaga sa mga level 2 o Level 3 hospital tulad ng DGHMC. Ang mga pasyente na nangangailangan na agarang gamutan ay maaaring dumiretso sa emergency room. Sa delivery room naman para sa mga buntis. May nakalaan din na fast lane sa OPD record section ang mga may online referral form para sa mas mabilis na proseso ng gamutan. At sa mga pasyenteng nangangailangan ng mas mataas na antas ng gamutan o espesyalista sa pamamagitan ng SDN Online Referral System, ang DGHMC ay maaaring makipag-ugnayan sa mga specialty hospital na matatagpuan sa Maynila. Wastong kaalaman at tamang pasilidad para sa mga karamdaman.
The next slide shows the total number of patients served through our online from 2018 to present and our turnaround time. With almost 2 years of implementation, we have achieved our impact indicators for better health outcome, responsive health system, and financial risk protection. We compared our hospital statistics before and after we used the online referral system. It turned out that the tertiary cases we are handling increases every year. Our occupancy rate has decreased through the years, and at present, it is about 90%. Our customer satisfaction has also increased. Our turnaround time in attending patients has improved enormously from 7 hours to 3 hours, even in the current pandemic. With our online referral system, we have unknowingly prepared our hospital with the processes that would be handy during this time. We're able to efficiently handle moderate, severe, and critical cases of COVID-19 referred to us. Our paperless platform was used by all referring facilities. For financial risk protection, we eliminated out-of-pocket expenses among our patients. With this online referral system, our hospital's digital processes thrived and expanded to other online services like electronic medical records, real-time bed tracker, teleconsultation, and the request and processing of COVID-19 PCR results and testing. Our COVID-19 PCR database is linked to all rural health units and hospitals in Bataan as far as Talavera General Hospital, Mega TRC, and Paulino J. Garcia in Nueva Ecija, as we also serve as their PCR laboratory for COVID-19. As we position BGHMC rightfully enough to service our patients and more so to respond to this pandemic, the true indication of our impact are not only measured by the numbers, but from the responses of our patients to our services. As I end, let me share with you the actual experiences of our patients with the use of our SDN online referral system.
Nabuntis ako sa pangalawang anak ko noong 2018. Dito ako sa BGHMC nagpa-check up. Nakita sa congenital scan ko na may hydrocephalus sa RSV na yung baby ko. Gusto ko sanang lumuwas ng Manila para sa baby ko. Kaya nangalaman ko na meron naman pala ng mga specialist dito sa BGH. Nagtulong-tulong yung mga perinatologist, neonatologist at neurosurgeon para sa aming mag-ina. Hindi na namin kailangan lumuwas para doon siya operahan at hindi na namin kailangan lumasos ng mahigit pa sa kalahating milyon. Wala kami parehong binayaran. Mas mabilis na po ngayon yung service na po sa impetus nila na online referral.
Na online referral ay napakaganda, mabilis sa proseso, wala ka nang intindihin, nakababayaran, hindi ka matagal, mabilis ang plan ka agad. Kasi yan ang na-experience ko sa online referral.
Maraming salamat po.
Okay, that concludes the presentation. Okay, so the floor is now open for questions from for the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center.
Okay, can I ask for a clarification?
Yes.
So the system itself is a referral system. We call it a gatekeeper, right? Now, where does the medical records come in? Where is it created and where is it kept? Because as I understand, the health and medical records is something that's regulated by DOH as well, right?
Correct, sir.
Yeah, confidentiality. I mean, so After referring a patient to a hospital, where does the medical record, where is it created and where is it kept?
Okay, thank you, sir, for that question. As the developer of this program or this platform, we are the repository of that medical records. However, the repairing facility may also access that should they refer again that patient. Since this is a two-way referral system, should the patient, for example, the patient is for surgery, cholecystectomy, and he is to be brought back to the community, our doctors will order and refer back through that online referral what has to be done to the patient that was referred before. And also the doctor who referred the patient will be apprised on the status of their patient while they are at our facility. So we are a repository institution for that medical records.
Okay, thank you. So it is not confined to where the patient was actually diagnosed or treated. It's a centralized medical record system as well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's innovative.
Thank you, sir.
You mentioned you have that's the EMR, right? Your electronic medical records.
Yes.
You mentioned
Correct.
that in your, so did you make your own software for that, or you bought it as a package?
We made our own electronic medical records as an expansion of this SDN. So
Okay.
when the patient comes from the periphery, our rural health units or other hospitals, from the chip complaint that they're sending doctors, a record is immediately created. So we also use this platform to generate our claims to PhilHealth, the CF4. It is the form that we upload to the PhilHealth link, which is no longer manually generated.
Electronically.
Immediately it's migrated from our electronic medical records, and it is very user-friendly for our doctors and nurses who generated the record in our EMR.
So are you aware if your system is likewise replicated or similarly, because many are linked with also with PhilHealth, I know. So do you know if among the government hospitals, kung kayo una dyan, whatever, na nakalink sa PhilHealth?
We don't really, sir. We are the very first to have this. Even among the private hospitals, recently I have just appointed 2 subspecialists, a cardiologist and a pulmonologist, intensivist. They graduated their fellowship in Medical City, and they were so amazed that our electronic medical records is so updated and leveled up. So we're very confident that we are leading in this arena.
That's nice to hear. I have another question. Because you mentioned, I saw in your video presentation that many are online, do their appointments by online. How many % of your patients that you receive are online? And you also have a facility for walk-in, right? I saw that in your video. For both walk-in and online.
This system addresses 3 problems as based on my presentation. One is the health-seeking behavior of the patients. We cannot overnight change the behavior of the patients, especially when
Yes, I
they
know. So right now, how many % are online, are using versus walking without online?
Okay, so at present we have about 70% online.
Oh, that's good. So majority.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
30% na lang problema nyo nandi nag-online. You're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Especially now during this pandemic that we limit our face-to-face transaction with our patients.
Yes, I know that. Many people are scared to go to the hospital right now.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to share with you the data that is generated. Our primary cases from 2017 is 29,000, decreasing through the years. And during this pandemic, sir, you are right that they are no longer confident to proceed immediately to our hospital. As you can see, the green bar graph represents the tertiary cases and secondary cases. So they are already using the online referral. They proceed to their primary care provider or the rural health units.
So the COVID was a blessing in disguise to implement your online system. My wife is a doctor, so I know she's doing online medical consultation.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. For
Yes.
those patients who are walk-in and they're supposed to be referred to other hospitals, which are primary or secondary, don't they get frustrated that they're being
Passed
sort
on.
of turned away and referred to other hospitals with all the hassles traveling to those hospitals?
Thank you for asking that. I had no more time to share it with you. During our pilot time with Balanga City, we chose Balanga City as our pilot site because of the proximity. So we have the opportunity to send them back. Our triage officer, our medical officers, will check if the patient is for level 1 facility or primary, and we bring them back using our tricycle. For those who bypass the facility, the primary level, but they are needing urgent care, we attended to them without necessarily frustrating them. So, and give them a message that next time you will not be prioritized. You have to be referred by your rural health physician or municipal health officers so that we encourage that they should proceed first to their primary care provider. This slide shows that the patient should be motivated to always proceed to their primary care provider, the barangay health station, rural health unit, so that it is the rural health physician or the municipal health officer who will triage where and how they will be attended to. It is the purpose of the universal health care that the primary care provider should navigate the patient to where they should be attended to. So hindi naman po sila na frustrate na, of course, as a government hospital, we do not refuse attendance to any patient. But since this is a learning time, an opportune time for us to teach them, modify their health-seeking behavior. So we attend to them with a baon for them that next time, if you do not go to your primary care provider, you will not be prioritized in the consultation. So that's how we handle the situation, ma'am.
So there is a need to change the behavior of the clients, right? Right from the
Yes.
start.
Yes, ma'am. Because the very big challenge, as you can see, our occupancy rate since time immemorial, this is a common scenario in any government hospital. The doctors are having difficult time to do their rounds because, especially in our OB ward, mothers are sharing beds. So we really have to do something about it. In the universal health care, it is the local health executive that should initiate in doing the health service network organization. However, we cannot wait because we are already level 3 hospital and we cannot maximize the competency and capability of our doctors. And even those who do not have the money, they go to private hospital, do the neurosurgery there, and at the end of the day, they will seek financial assistance to different local chief executives for them to be released in the private hospital. So those
Have
are
other
the
hospitals have other hospitals approached you to try to replicate this one?
Actually, there were several benchmarkers in our hospital like Batangas Medical City, Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital, Isabela, Paulino J. Garcia, and very willing to share our best practice on this. So even the Bangladesh visitors of the PhilHealth, they brought them here sometime last year because of our EMR and the online referral system.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So that concludes the question and answer for today. Okay, so thank you to the judges and thank you to our presenters right now. Okay, so we will proceed with our lunch break and we will resume with the presentations at 1 p.m. Okay, so thank you again for all to all our presenters and to our judges and see you at 1 p.m. So, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 p.m. So is everyone here? Our judges? Hello? Hello? Okay, so I see Sir Raymond Tan. Okay, so we will now proceed with our one of our first presentation for this afternoon. We have the Tarlac State University. Okay, so may I call on Tarlac State University? Are you here? Tarlac State University.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. We are preparing for our presentation.
Okay. So it's you will be presenting. So do you need
Yes,
us?
ma'am. We will be the one to present the
Okay.
PowerPoint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Starts, students will be directed to the evaluation page and must finish evaluating all their respective teachers before they can view their grades. The administrator of the system creates a schedule by setting up the following: academic year, term, and rating dates. To add flexibility, the administrator can modify the dates if needed. Shown here is a sample configuration listing all colleges to be evaluated. Once configuration has been set up by the administrator, the student can now utilize the AFES. Using the student portal account, the student logs in and will be directed to the landing page to the actual evaluation. A simple, easy to follow instructions provided. Then the student proceeds with the evaluation by selecting the teacher to be evaluated. This is the adapted QCE evaluation instrument of the NBC 461 for instruction and teaching effectiveness, composed of 4 parts with benchmark statements to be rated using the scale 1 to 5. The 4 parts include commitment, knowledge of subject, teaching for independent learning, and management of learning. The students can also add comments and suggestions as part of the evaluation. Evaluation is processed automatically in real time, and HRDMO can now generate the needed reports. The HRDMO account has the privilege to select the types of reports for printing. Shown are sample reports. This is sample report of individual faculty, sample summary of comments and suggestions of faculty per college, sample evaluation result per college grouped by academic rank, and order by evaluation results from outstanding to poor. Sample faculty evaluation summary report grouped as to employment status and college. I'll now turn you to our HR director for the next part of the presentation.
With its features, the AFES as an innovation is convenient, cost-saving, and confidential. And we are the first SUC in the region to implement AFES using the NBC 461 QCE instrument. There is also quick consolidation of real-time, objective, and reliable results for timely and data-driven management decision-making. Specifically, this innovative project resulted into the following cost-saving and efficiency outcomes. The manual performance evaluation system, or MPES, took up to 104 days to finish from facilitation to report generation. With the innovative features of AFES, the HRDMO saved 102 days and it streamlined the total processing time of faculty evaluation into 2 days. The MPES is done physically, thus it needed the physical participation of students. Classes are interrupted in this approach. With AFES, classes are no longer interrupted and we save 33 working days in total per semester. HR personnel were deployed to all classrooms to facilitate the MPES to finish our target. But with AFES, manpower needed to finish the evaluation process on time was reduced from 16 to 2 personnel. With that, the HR spends less time in clerical tasks and is now more focused on providing HR interventions to low performers such as coaching and mentoring. and rewarding high performers to empower the faculty workforce. Consequently, employees will be more engaged in their professional development. The MPES requires around 35,640 sheets of paper for the compromise and 500 sheets for tabulation and reports. With AFES, we are saving the Mother Earth with an average of 36,140 sheets of paper. As we have saved working days and usage of papers, the university also reduced its costing for the faculty evaluation. We save an estimated 97 and 30 pesos per semester. Since the AFES is accessible online, we increased the involvement of students in the faculty evaluation from 16% to 97%. As the university is committed to promote meritocracy and excellence in the human resource, the faculty members' competencies are enhanced for them to be able to help students do well in PRC board examination. And we attribute that to our innovation and best practice in the faculty evaluation. Also, the TSU landed a top-performing school in the field of criminology for the last 3 years and top 3 in mechanical engineering, and we also produce top-notchers in the other programs. The AFES is harmonized with the trust of the university, as well as CSC Prime HR Level 2 sustenance and future higher level of accreditation. The university also sustains its ISO certification in 3 standards. Also, we sustained our SUC Level 3 accreditation from CHAD, and we are awaiting the result of the Institutional Sustainability Assessment. Meeting the requirements for the faculty area in the accreditation, all the undergraduate and graduate programs of the university are accredited. Thus, with its known best practice in the HR, the university is a model for other SUCs, as we were benchmarked by other universities. The university sustains this best practice as it will be a continual basis for the curriculum and program enhancement, long-term academic plans, faculty development program, and fostering atmosphere of positive feedback mechanism. With that, in behalf of the TSU community, we thank you for this opportunity to showcase our best practice. Thank you.
Thank you, TSU. So the floor is now open for questions from the judges. Do the judges have any questions for TSU?
I have one. Could you cite an example, because part of your evaluation is the student rating the faculty. Is that correct? In the subject matter, etc. Could you cite an example how this was used to be able to improve the performance of the teachers, the faculty, effectiveness?
Okay, sir. Since the system produces a real-time result, the results could be immediately treated statistically, and we can immediately provide coaching and mentoring to our faculty members. As before, our manual evaluation took us around 5 months before we could provide intervention for faculty with.
Marlon, could you give just one example? Anonymously, one faculty member, this was the rating in this area. What did you do?
Okay, sir.
As an intervention?
There was a faculty member who obtained poor rating, and so since it's real time, we provided immediately a notice to that faculty that he needed to undergo intervention.
What kind of poor rating did you get? In what area?
Overall rating, sir.
Okay. But
for example, sir, specifically in the area of teaching for independent learning.
Okay. And what was the evaluation, and what was the intervention made, and what was the effect?
The intervention made was that the faculty was sent to a workshop on how to devise learning approaches that would enable students to independently learn.
Okay.
And the result was successful because the faculty was able to obtain a better rating in the following semester.
Anong college yun? Anong degree? Anong subject?
Engineering, sir.
Engineering. Okay, thank you.
Did you actually quantify the savings that you generated from the system?
Yes, sir. Based on our previous records, we estimated the savings we obtained from using the AFES.
Do you have a figure?
In terms of the usage of paper, sir, and the man hours or man days that classes were interrupted since the AFES is online and the students can evaluate their faculty in their most convenient time. We no longer interrupt classes, so we save man days and even papers.
Yeah, okay. How much? Did you calculate how much you're actually saving because of the system?
Yes, sir. In total, we obtained 97,030 pesos as savings in using the AFES per semester, sir. So in one school year, it's the double of that savings.
That's the entire university already.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question. It is SOP in SUCs and colleges to get the feedback of the students through the rating form, right?
Yes, sir.
So is this mechanism that you have developed an original idea, or did you adopt this from some other university? And if you have adopted this from another university, how different is this? What enhancements did you make?
We believe that it's an original idea of our university to have this. However, we believe also that some other universities are doing online. But in our university, the criteria, the indicators that we use for the evaluation was the qualitative contribution evaluation instrument that is being used in the national budget circular 461 for the faculty promotion.
So what do you think is the best practice when it comes to this mechanism? Is it the generation of reports and summaries?
Yes, ma'am. Since reports are generated real time, we can provide immediate feedback to our faculty who obtained poor performance. So our decision making is also data driven and very timely.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask a follow-up question on that. Dramatic yung time niya dati from 100 days down to 2 days, right? Ang parang come out with evaluation.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
correct? I just want to clarify, when do the students evaluate the faculty member? Is it right after the last day of classes or they just go online anytime?
We schedule the evaluation right after the midterm examination and also after the final examination.
At what time? Right after the exam, do they do it or do they do it on their own, they log on?
We schedule like around 2 weeks for students to rate their faculty members right after the examination.
Okay, so it's not right after the last day or not like that. Then you process it right after the deadline.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a prerequisite for the final grades.
Yes,
they will
sir.
not get their grades if they don't evaluate.
Okay.
So,
Well, and it takes 2 days right after from the deadline to come out with the numbers. Am I correct?
No.
So right after the deadline, it takes 2 days for you to come out with the final report.
The 2 days that we included there was the
2 days.
consultation. So
2 days,
we schedule it, but the report can be generated less than 24 hours. It's real time.
Okay. I'm just trying to compare it with what's happening in conferences, and you know that they can rate the speaker And right there after, you can see on screen the ratings. So just like a faculty member, it's real time.
It's real time, yes.
I was wondering if that could also be done if you had a portal, and you have an internet wide network in your school. Well, it could go straight to a data bank.
Exactly. Tama.
Anyway, so what would you want to be highlighted as your best practice to tell other colleges to copy us? Because the rating is very simple. It's just being automated, even the criteria. So what's in Tarlac for us to be able to highlight as a best practice?
Pwede ako sumagot. I-off niyo yung audio niyo. Off niyo yung audio niyo. Good afternoon po to the
Yes,
members
ma'am.
of the panel. We would like to highlight in this best practice is the harmonization of our faculty evaluation system with the requirements of the National Budget Circular 461, which is periodically being done to evaluate faculty members on their achievements for promotion. And that includes the evaluation of the students. Kaya ito po ay first in the Philippines among SUCs, if I may say, because we have harmonized it with the NBC 461. Unlike, if I have the right to say it, other SUCs also do online evaluation of faculty members, but it's not yet harmonized with the National Budget Circular, and it is a different system from us because it is integrated already in the system of Tarlac State University as one of our best practices that is connected also with the HR report generation for proper intervention for our faculty members. Yun po ang magandang areas ng aming AFES. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a clarification on that. In what way is it harmonized with the national budget circular that you mentioned?
We are using exactly po the instrument under the National Budget Circular 461, which is used to evaluate performance of faculty members by students. So kung ano po yung ginagamit dun sa NBC 461, yun na rin po ang inadapt po natin sa AFES po natin. Unlike before, when we are using the manual evaluation of our faculty members, we have different instrument for evaluating faculty members. But now, it's exactly the same instrument as that of the National Budget Circular 461 used to evaluate our faculty members' performance.
Okay, so that concludes the question and answer for TSU. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will proceed with our next presenter, the local government unit of Kawayan City. So are you ready?
Hello, good afternoon po. Can you hear me clearly po?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. So you have 2 minutes to prepare, and you can start your presentation.
Before I share my screen, again, good afternoon. In behalf of our City Mayor, the Honorable City Mayor Bernard Faustino D., I am Attorney Reyna Santos, the City Infotech Officer and the Smarter City Officer of LGU Kawayan City. So it is our pleasure to share with you one of the best practices of Kawayan City in line with the localization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, our very own Kawayan City's food bank. So please allow me to share my screen. So again, I will be presenting to you one of the best practices of the city when it comes to promotion of zero hunger, the Kawayan City Food Bank. So just a brief overview for all those who have not been to Kawayan City. Kawayan City is a highly agricultural city located at the northern part of the Philippines. We are about 117 kilometers away from Manila, 150,000 in population, and we are considered to be the small and the poorest city in Region 2 when it comes to income classification. So when the United Nations launched the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in 2016. Kawayan City took the lead in localizing these goals, calling them 17 hamon sa bawat kawayanyo or 17 challenges for every citizen of Kawayan City, where all plans and programs of the local government are aligned with these goals with a strong belief that small steps from the local government can greatly contribute in the achievement of this global advocacy. And one of the flagship projects of the city in line with the UN SDGs is the Kawayan City's Food Bank, which is considered to be first of its kind in Region 2. It acts as a food storage and distribution food center for Kawayan City, which aims to promote three objectives: food security, food safety, and good nutrition. Allow me now to show this short video clip about Food Bank.
Addiction hunger is not just a problem of any development, but the entire world, which leads to a bigger and more serious problem than malnutrition. Now efforts to address the global foods, especially low-income zero hunger, OICT has launched and established Hawaiian City's first food bank. Food bank project is said to be the first hunger relief operations in the city, acting as food storage and distribution center of food catering to people, especially indigent families and children, giving them free food on a daily basis, which mainly aims to promote food security, food safety, and good nutrition in the city of Hawaii. With the help of the members of the City Council and by Vice Mayor John Jr., Ordinance 2017-107 was enacted, providing guidance for the operation of the food bank. The ordinance likewise requires all establishments engaged in selling either retail or wholesale of non-perishable goods such as canned goods, long shelf life goods to deposit and donate such food items before expiration to the food bank in order to be cooked, processed, and be given to indigent families. Establishments found guilty of selling expired goods are to be penalized accordingly. Individuals, establishments, local retailers, companies, NGOs, and other charitable institutions also take part in donations in kind and cash or kind, which supplement the funds of the city government for the maintenance of facilities and daily operations of the food bank. This small facility was able to feed 21,828 individuals with the help of 174 members since it was established in 2016. Isn't that simply amazing?
Ayun nga po, like, lumilip, Kawayan City. Kaya, bagaimana lang tayo na matigas na yung project ni Mayor, kaya kapuray po yung mayat na ito.
So in order to sustain this project and give this project a permanent nature so that there may be change in administration in the coming years, we can be assured that this project will still continue to operate. So our City Council enacted Ordinance Number 2017-107, providing guidelines for the operation of the food bank. But one of the salient provisions of this ordinance is the penalty clause provided for all establishments found to be selling expired goods. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the objectives of the Kawayan City's Food Bank is to promote food security. So with this penalty clause, all these establishments are now restricted, or we can prevent that these establishments will be selling expired goods. So instead of just putting these goods into waste, they might as well donate the same in the food bank months before their expiration so that they can still be processed and be cooked and be distributed to our beneficiaries. So the operation of the food bank mainly rests on the donations from individual establishments, companies, charitable institutions, and local retailers. So as for the counterpart of the local government, we provided for the facility as well as the personnel who will manage and operate the food bank. So basically what Kawayan City Food Bank does is it conducts mass feeding program. But this is different with the mass feeding program already being conducted by our DSWD because the target beneficiaries on the social service of the DSWD are those students enrolled in daycare centers. Whereas in Kawayan City Food Bank, our target beneficiaries are 4Ps or our indigent families. And in order to really have an impact or be able to assess the positive results of our efforts on this food bank, we also integrated here the 120-day rehabilitation program, wherein malnourished children who are not enrolled in daycare schools are given rice allowance of 18 kilos, and we believe that this 18 kilos of rice allowance would be able to sustain them for 120 days. So as of the present, this is our project performance. So we have a total of 23,578 beneficiaries benefited from the mass feeding program of the city's food bank from the help of about 250 donors. And for our 120-day rehabilitation program, there are a total of 90 malnourished children granted with 18 kilos of rice allowance. So the food bank on wheels or the mobile kitchen is one of the innovations that we have implemented so far. And this was just very timely, especially now with the COVID-19 pandemic where people are restricted to go out. So the main purpose of the food bank on wheels or mobile kitchen is to be able to cater the indigent families and malnourished children living in the far-flung barangays. So instead of asking them to go in the facility of the food bank, we extend the services of the food bank right at the doorsteps of these people. And at this present time with the COVID-19 pandemic, the food bank on wheels is greatly used in one of our new projects, the Padyak para sa Kalusugan at Nutrition Program. So it really aims to provide or conduct mass feeding program in barangays. So our bikers, our donors led by our city officials will do biking on a weekly basis, and then they will visit barangays in order to conduct the mass feeding program. So it aims not only to promote health and wellness, but really an active citizen engagement to promote zero hunger in the city of Kawayan. So I would like to share you another video clip about the food bank on wheels.
Wala ito ngayon, kakatapos lang ng ating padyak sa kalusugan at sa nutrisyon. Ito po ay isang endeavor ng city officials and ito po ay nagkaroon na ng magandang turnout dahil bukod sa padyak for wellness at tulong ng pagkakaroon ng feeding program. Ito po ay nasasaluhan na ng ating mga nagpapakita ng mga donors. Meron po katulad kanina, meron po tayo nag-donate ng pagkain para sa mga senior citizen. Yan po yung pang-pinaing care of Ira at meron din tayo nag-donate sa food. Si Aaron Guzman na siya po nagpakain sa ating mga kabataan na pinakain ng arroz caldo with malunggay. Meron din tayo mga sponsors na nagbigay ng mga libreng vitamins sa ating mga kabataan. So ito po ay isang napakagandang naging impact sa ating mga kababayan na bukod sa pagsasanay ng ating health and wellness, promote the health and wellness, nagkakaroon din ng kamulatan dun sa ating awareness ng food banks on wheels. So nakita niyo po kanina, ating pong in-enjoy or ginagamit na mabuti yung food bank on wheels to raise awareness na nobody should be left hungry. No one is left behind here in the city of Kawayan. Lahat po tayo, kung magsama-sama, kung tulungan, masisiguro po natin na wala po dito Kawayan yun na may magkakaroon ng malnutrition. So we are aiming for zero malnutrition and at the same time, we are targeting SDG number 2, zero hunger. Kaya po again, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng dumano, sa lahat ng nakisama sa padyak. Parami grupo. Sa susunod na linggo, kasama na rin ako papadyak. At the same time, sana po, ganoon din, patuloy rin yung mga tumutulong sa cause na ito. At dito po natin nakita na kahit may pandemya tayong hinaharap, hindi po ito nagiging hadlang sa pagpapalawig natin ng ating mga advokasya din sa ating kawayan. Again, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng
So this Padjak para sa Kalusugan at Nutrition program was just implemented this January. So we are targeting to visit all the 65 barangays of Kawayan City. And as of the moment, we have catered a total of 17 barangays already with 3,400 beneficiaries already. So with all of these efforts and innovations, particularly on the use of the Kawayan City's food bank, these efforts have greatly contributed in order for Kawayan City to be recognized as a Hall of Fame awardee as having the Outstanding Nutrition Council. But what is really more impactful and what is really more rewarding with all of these things that we do is to see that these efforts have greatly helped in order to decrease the malnutrition rate in the city. So from 1.4% in 2016, it's down to 1.2% in 2019. And just recently, I am with our nutrition officer, and our current malnutrition rate in the city is now at 1.12%. So that ends our presentation. I hope that we are able to inspire you with the humble experience of Kawayan City, that if this noble project can be done in a small, poor, and highly agricultural setting like Kawayan City, then there's no other reason for other cities which are more richer or have more income or bigger cities than Kawayan City not to be able to do it. So thank you very much, and thank you for having us this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. The floor is now open for questions.
May I ask something? As you've said earlier, there are 65 barangays, but out of the 65, there are 17 so far that have been benefited. How do you choose to identify the beneficiaries of this program? What is your criteria in the order in establishing an order of priority?
The 17 barangays that we have targeted so far, ma'am, are only for the Padjak para sa Kalusugan at Nutrition program. So what we are trying to prioritize now are those barangays in the far-flung areas. So we start with those living in the far-flung barangays until we go in the barangays near the poblacion or near the centro of the city. When it comes to the identification of beneficiaries, again, the target beneficiaries of the Kawayan City's food bank are the 4Ps or the indigent families, plus the malnourished children under 5 years old who are not enrolled in daycare centers. Because those children above 5 years old and those enrolled in daycare centers are already being catered by our mass feeding program, care of our DSWD, which is a standard program of the local government. So with that kind of setup, we really would like to promote that there should be no one to be left behind when it comes to prevention of malnutrition.
Have other LGUs approached you in order to emulate this project or copy it?
We haven't received any invite or coordination yet with other LGUs for replicability, but Kawayan City has been invited by so many LGUs already to share this kind of best practices. One example is the city of Science City of Muñoz. So Kawayan City is part of the ICLE Food Network. So we were invited to share our best practices on Kawayan City's food map.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kawayan City is an agricultural city. What is your product, or what product are you actually producing?
Our main producer are rice, corn, and tobacco.
Okay. And what is the root cause of the malnutrition and underfeeding in your city? I mean, despite the fact that you're an agricultural city, your children are malnourished and underfed. So what is the root cause? And apparently your way of addressing it is feeding them. Okay. Aside from that, do you have any program being run in parallel to address the root cause of malnutrition?
Actually, sir, I forgot to mention earlier that before we conduct our mass feeding program, we also conduct orientation or mother's seminar, particularly on the first 1,000 days of a child's life. So I think really the main cause of malnutrition in the city, aside from those people with no income to avail food that could sustain them for so many days, it's also about the proper preparation of food, of nutritious foods that could really give the necessary vitamins and minerals necessary in order for these kids to have good nutrition. So that's also one thing that we would like to address on how these mothers can really prepare or can really give them an idea on what are the meals or what are the suggested meals or proper food that they need to feed to their children. So I think it's the root cause here is mainly on how they can really prepare for the food of the proper food to be fed to their children.
Okay, so you don't expect to feed these children until they're teenagers.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have a question. What is the main purpose of the food bank? Is it for the hunger or for the malnutrition?
It's actually aligned with the goal number 2 of the SDGs to prevent zero hunger. But we believe that as we promote zero hunger, we also would like to address the malnutrition problem in the city. So we believe that malnutrition and zero hunger goes hand in hand.
The metrics you show that your 1.12% is malnutrition, right?
Yes, sir.
Malnutrition.
Would you have a figure of hunger? Because SWS is a way of measuring hunger. Do you have a measure of metric of what your hunger rate right now is in Kawayan?
The hunger rate. At the moment, sir, in order to assess the impact of this project, what we are really using are the target indicators of the UN SDGs. But we believe that most of these target indicators of the UN SDGs are not all applicable in the local setting. So at the moment, we are working with stakeholders and the academe to come up with the key performance indicators on how we can better assess the impact of this. So I think the hunger rate can also be incorporated in our KPIs.
So you don't have any measure right of hunger rate?
At the moment, sir, unfortunately, we don't have the rate of the hunger rate.
It would be nice to have one. What you cannot measure, you cannot manage. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. That's the point taken, sir. And I believe that's going to be part of our KPIs that will be developed. Yes, at the moment, our basis also for this one is the number of 4-piece beneficiaries and malnourished children. So being able to determine if the number of malnourished children has already decreased can already be a measurable impact of this project.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the question and answer for LGU Kawayan.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you,
Thank you.
ma'am. Okay, so now we will go to the next presenter, the Department of Science and Technology Regional Office for Region 11. Okay. DOST 11, are you here? Okay, so you may start.
Yes, this is Dr. Anthony Sales, the Regional Director of the OST 11. First of all, my courtesies to our esteemed panel of judges, Sec Magsino, Director Furonda, and Engineer Tan. Good afternoon. Maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. It's truly a pleasure and honor for me to present one of the best practices of the Department of Science and Technology Region 11, which is the establishment of the Food Processing Innovation Center, Davao. We envision that by 2020, FPIC Davao will be the leading hub for innovations and technical support services for the food industry in Davao region. We believe we have surpassed this vision by taking ascendancy over other food innovation centers in the country in terms of performance. We properly contextualize the strategic plan, vision, and mission for the center in the global, national, and regional development frameworks and plans. The FPIC Davao was the first food innovation center to be established under the High Impact Technology Solutions Program of the DOST in the country. In pursuit of our vision and mission, we decided to focus on the following core services. So far, we have the following equipment housed in the center. 8 of these equipment were provided by DOST under the HEATS program, and 11 were provided by DTI under the Shared Service Facility program. In essence, the FPIC Davao serves as a common service facility for instruction, research and development, and production for use by students, researchers, faculty, and food processors in Davao region. It also serves as a technology business incubator for startup micro, small, and medium enterprises by providing both technical and business services to incubatees. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the best practices of FPIC Davao. In terms of plant location, layout, and facilities, we made sure that the whole facility is GMP compliant, easily accessible to our customers, and workspaces and facilities are properly designed. These provisions made the center as a benchmark to other food innovation centers, namely FIC Regions 2, Mimaropa, 8, 9, 10, and Caraga. Another strategy is the development of the operations manual for the center, the first among all the FICs. The manual, which has been copyrighted, has already been deployed to all the FICs of the OST and has been adopted by other regional FICs. These strategies allow the harmonization of services and standard operating procedures among regional FICs. In terms of personal competence, FPIC Davao was the first FIC to hire CIP researchers. CIP is a career incentive program intended to inspire scholar graduates of the DOST Science Education Institute to pursue careers in research and development. This strategy was also adopted by other regional FICs. Another highly effective strategy of the FPIC Davao is to employ what is known as the quadruple helix approach to development, which engages the 4 sectors of government, academe, industry, and civil society as partners to ensure sustainability and inclusivity of development efforts. This approach was cited as an excellent example of multi-stakeholder collaboration for a project by former DOST Secretary Mario G. Montejo. The diagram shows the different levels of governance indicating the collaboration of projects from the quadruple helix of society, from the EXICOM to the technical working group. We also organized a food product development team to ensure participation from the various HEIs in the region, offering food science and technology programs. A third crucial strategy is compliance with various regulatory agencies with jurisdiction over the operations of FPIC Davao as a food manufacturing enterprise. The following slides will show us the results of our best practices. The table here shows that we have continuously improved our performance from 2014 up to 2019. We also consistently surpassed our targets for most of the performance indicators. In terms of customer satisfaction index, we obtained a CSI score of 94.42% for the years 2017 to 2019. If we compare our performance with representative FICs in the 3 island clusters of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, we can see that we far outperform FIC regions 1, 7, and Caraga in these performance indicators. Here are some of the product suppliers that we have assisted that are now in the market. In terms of policy, FPIC Davao has been recognized by the Davao City government as a technology hub and common service facility in a Sangguniang Bayan resolution and a city ordinance. FPIC Davao was also featured twice in ABS-CBN's Agri Tayo program in 2017. In terms of milestones and achievements, DOST 11 bagged the 2016 Davao Region Excellence Awards in project implementation for demonstrating exemplary practices in the operation of the Food Processing Innovation Center. One of our developed products, the spray-dried buko powder, was one of the 3 most innovative products in the national competition organized by DOST ITDI. FPIC Davao is one of the first 2 FICs to be granted with a license to operate by the Food and Drug Administration. It is also one of the banner programs highlighted as a best practice during the assessment of DOST 11 for the Philippine Quality Award Level 2 recognition in 2019. So far, we have filed 53 IP applications, the most in all the FICs in the country, and 3 of these utility models are nominated for the 2020 DOST Intellectual Property Awards. As part of the corporate social responsibility of FPIC Davao, the center has been actively involved in the fight against the COVID pandemic by producing and distributing immune-boosting ready-to-drink beverages and healthy snacks to frontliners. So far, we have distributed more than 900 bottles of immune-boosting drinks and 300 packs of vacuum-fried chips to frontliners in these isolation facilities. These are some of the testimonies that we received in appreciation of our efforts to support our frontliners, including that from the Southern Philippines Medical Center and the recognition given by Secretary Fortunato de la Peña in his official Facebook account. As an offshoot, FPIC Davao was awarded grants and aid funds by DOST to continue the production and distribution of emergency foods for COVID-19 frontliners and selected marginalized communities in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to present our strategies for sustainability. In our strategic plan for 2014 to 2020, and the successor plan for 2021 to 2027, we included strategies to sustain the FPIC as follows, and shown in the slide. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we intend to continue our efforts to innovate and serve as a national and international benchmark for similar activities or facilities in the country and beyond. Thank you for your attention. Once again, good afternoon to everyone.
Okay, thank you. So the floor is now open for questions from the judges.
How many FPICs are there in networking or organization that regulates the activities and functions of these FPICs, or are they independent of each other?
Well, they are operated independently from each other, but we benchmark with each other and we communicate with each other through the DOST ITDI. Because these 16 FICs are included in the DOST HITS program of DOST, and every year we meet to present our accomplishments collectively and try to benchmark with each other assets.
Okay, so we're expecting that this initiative of yours will be replicated in all the FPICs throughout the country?
yes, we hope that all the best practices of FPIC Davao will be replicated in all 16 FICs. And as I've
Okay.
presented, many of these best practices have been replicated already and adopted by the other FICs.
Would you know which ones are already doing it the same way that Davao is doing it?
As presented, ASEC, the manual of operations have been adopted by the FICs, all the FICs. The GMP certification was also followed. The employment of CIP researchers have also been followed by the different FICs after we presented these best practices in one of the meetings of all the FICs.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question. Looking at the comparative table which you have presented earlier, it was shown that the Davao FPIs has accomplished so much more compared to the FPIs of other regions. To what can you attribute this performance?
Thank you for your question, Director Foronda. We attribute this success in terms of implementing our performance targets because of the strong collaboration between the partners. As I presented, we employ what we call the quadruple helix approach to development. We engage the local government unit of Davao City, the Philippine Women's College from the academe, the Food Processors Association of Davao from the industry, the Department of Trade and Industry from the government sector. And from all these partners, we were able to get our resources that helped us sustain our operations and help us implement the various activities that were targeted for the year. And second is, this is part of the regular programs of the Philippine Women's College as well as the Department of Science and Technology 11 and the Department of Trade and Industry. And every year we provide subsidies to the FPIC Davao as a research and development institution to support its operations. Director Foronda.
Thank you.
I have two questions. First one is very simple. You're partnering with the Women's College, right? Women's College?
That's right, Engineer Tan. Philippine Women's College.
Why did you partner with the Women's College in this program? What was
I'm happy that you asked that question because this was really the reason why we selected Philippine Women's College is that they have a very strong food technology program. And as such, we know that if we house or if we situate the Philippine Women's College or the FPIC in PWC, we would have the ready supply of researchers to conduct R&D and product development. The second reason, as I presented, is that it is at the center of Davao City, allowing easy access to the different micro, small, and medium enterprises in the city. That is very important because in business, we need time is gold, and we need to get the resources that we need in production and processing as fast as possible. And that is the other reason why we situated the FPIC in Philippine Women's College.
My second question is, we know that the southern Mindanao is one of the biggest food basket that supplies the food in the Philippines, even exports a lot. And there are a lot of big companies there. And you're focused right now on the SMEs, right? The small and medium enterprises. And that's why how you're designing your processes. You mentioned that you're the leading in terms of prototypes. I noted that also 85 prototypes compared to other regions, right? For the past, that's why you said you're the leading in terms of prototype research you've done. But I also know that I've seen a lot of research from BOS that many of the programs research are done, the prototypes pilot, but only a small percentage goes to commercialization. I noted that you had 3 products that won the award. Those were commercialized. Good, some were drinks. But of the 85, what is your batting average of your researchers prototype that are really commercialized shoes already for mass production?
As presented in here, we already have licenses for the 3 products with utility models, and these are the Bukuju.
Historically, your researchers in 2019 or 2018, how many of those were really commercialized? Because I know less than 10% of researchers are not commercialized. In your case?
In our case, we as presented engineer, our services is not only limited to the commercialization, to techno-transfer. What we do is provide services also to existing small and medium enterprises. Yeah. But batting average for those products developed by the center, that's 3 to 5 out of the, how many utilities did I say? We have around 80 utility model applications. Also, out of the 83, we have 3 to 5 already commercialized.
Okay. So what would be the best practice you're doing right now that you could highlight for Davao? Because basically you're all doing the same thing, all your FICs. It's just a different product or different service. But in general, what are you doing better or more effectively or efficiently compared to others that they should go to you?
As presented, engineer, we were the first to comply with good manufacturing practices. Yeah. No?
But that's very basic for all processing plants to be legalized. To have a license, you must have HACCP, etc. So that's a given. So it's good that you have an FDA approval. But for food processing, that's a required everything. So that's a given. Aside from that,
actually, it's not a given for an R&D facility engineer.
R&D.
Yes.
Okay. So for an R&D, but for you to commercialize it, you need that, right?
That's right.
So you must have the standard. It's a given. I've been in the food business for 30 years, so I know.
That's right, engineer. For that aspect in the operation, for the techno transfer, that's common in all the FICs. But as an R&D facility, we have been pioneers in employing what we call the quadruple helix that I presented earlier. No, this is the only FIC that engages all 4 sectors, because we want all our development efforts at the center to be sustainable and inclusive and take all the perspectives from these different sectors of society. So that's one, engineer. Second is the operations manual for the R&D facility for the FPIC is also considered a pioneering solution. No?
So you're saying that you have a manual for a research facility, but I guess your clients are not research institution, but the people who use your research, the SMEs. So if these are small SME, what should they go to you for? This is what the VAO FIC is known for. Go to them. They're very good in, say, banana processing. What is that? That differentiates you, that they should go to you from other regions. If I was an SME, why should I go to you, not the other FICs?
Well, first we focus on indigenous raw materials, engineer. We focus on indigenous raw materials that are available in Davao, because with this advantage, we would be able to make businesses prosper. No, the availability of raw materials easily available in the area. Second is the timeliness of our services and the quality of our services, because we comply with ISO standards and PQA standards. No? As I presented, this is one of the banner programs that we highlighted in the evaluation of the OST 11 as a PQA Level 2 recipient in 2019. Thank you, engineer.
Thank you.
Okay, so no more questions. All right, so thank you, DOST Davao. So now we will go to the last best practice presentation, but of course not the least. We have the Department of Labor and Employment. So, Dole, are you here?
Yes, we're here. Thank you. Can you?
Yes, we can
Yes, po.
present your video. Is that okay?
Yes, but before that, can I say, and of course, we would like to
Yes, go ahead.
say good afternoon to the honorable judges, Asek Magsima, Director for London Engineer Tan, and of course the DAP officials. We are very grateful that you have selected the DOLE online system as a finalist in this very prestigious event. And with me is our Undersecretary Ana Dione, to of course be with us as we present this to you and the questions that may follow. So, can we have the video na po?
Yes,
The Department of Labor and Employment is a policy coordinating arm of the executive branch in the field of labor and employment. With the Labor Code of the Philippines at its core, DOLE oversees governing employment practices and labor relations in the Philippines. Consistent with the Labor Code, the Secretary of Labor and Employment is given visitorial enforcement powers to ensure compliance with provisions of the Labor Code and subsequent issuances. DOLE is mandated to formulate policies and implement programs and services to ensure full respect of labor standards and the fundamental principles and rights at work in line with its vision of a full, decent, and productive employment for every Filipino worker. The DOLE online systems is an umbrella of developed digitized systems used for the enforcement and monitoring of compliance of establishments with labor standards. At present, it comprises LIMIS, JMS, and ERS. The first system is the Labor Inspection Management Information System. It is a system used by the Department for decision-making, coordination, control, analysis, and visualization of information on labor laws compliance. It is an online web-based application system used for the transmission and processing of real-time labor inspection data collected from the field using an electronic checklist to improve the collection and sharing of information, administrative transparency, and accountability. LIMIS was launched and fully operational in 2014, with enhancements deployed in 2018. It is utilized nationwide by labor inspectors, labor inspection focals, technical services support division chiefs, PWC focal persons, field office and regional office directors, and key senior officials of the department. The LIMIS can also generate vital establishment information from its database. Employment data can be generated from the system. At present, there are 196,670 establishments recorded in the LIMIS registry. With just a click, information on pending cases or noted violations registering contractors or subcontractors is readily available and accessible. Generated data on violations are also useful in targeting areas or topics for knowledge and awareness activities for the stakeholders. It can also be used in prioritizing industries or sectors needing further technical assistance, leading towards compliance. Moreover, the MIS has enabled effective case management and enforcement of labor standards as compliances of inspected establishments can be tracked and monitored online through the MIS. Prior to the use of MIS, inspection report submissions were done manually. With the MIS app, it is now submitted electronically, and through the special feature of the mobile phone app, inspection data may be entered to the app even without internet connection. With a click of a button, deficiencies are easily identified, missing documents for submission or elements for validation are done swiftly. Here are some of the information generated from LIMIS. Like the LIMIS, another monitoring system was developed in line with the enforcement of the DOLE DDI interim and supplemental guidelines on prevention and control of COVID-19 in the workplace. The second system is the Joint Monitoring System. It is a system that is strategically designed to monitor the compliance and render technical assistance to establishments relative to prevention and control of COVID-19 in the workplace. Currently, the Joint Monitoring System is used by almost 800 users nationwide. In its dashboard, users are easily given a glimpse of the progress of joint monitoring being conducted. from the total monitored number of compliant and non-compliant establishments and the number of workers covered to initial compliance rates up to the compliance rates after correction. Like the LIMIS, the JMS is operated in 3 easy steps: tick, save, and send. With only the need for a smartphone, a laptop or computer, and an internet connection, reports are easily submitted, accessed, and generated. Here are some of the information generated from JMS. The third system is the Establishment Report System. This was developed to allow establishments to comply with the documentary requirements as mandated by the department. At present, it collates reports on establishments who had implemented flexible work arrangement or alternative work schemes, temporary closure, retrenchment or reduction of workers, and permanent closure. ERS was conceptualized with the aim to monitor current status of local employment with a highlight on job displacement due to COVID-19, but at the same time ensuring minimal physical contact and possible health risk for both clientele and DOLE workforce. Prior to the deployment of ERS, establishment reports are submitted in hard copies physically in regional and provincial or field offices of the DOLE. With the ERS, these reportorial requirements can be complied with remotely by stakeholders, while DOLE employees can still evaluate and process these reports at any time of the day, without the need to bring home voluminous paperwork during work-from-home days. Throughout the whole quarantine period, especially when the whole of government services was affected by community quarantine restrictions and transportation limitations due to COVID-19, the systems remained to be functional as it transitioned from a repository of inspection and monitoring data gathered from all DOLE regional offices throughout the country. Beyond the value of digitalization are the equally important outcomes of the online systems in terms of productivity, as it opened doors of opportunities for value-added programs, and the enhancement of organizational culture as teamwork, open communication, staff suggestion schemes, quality circles, and continuous organizational improvement. Here are some of the information generated from the ERS. Bayanihan to Recover as One Act is a law that was enacted in September 2020, granting the extension of the President's additional authority to combat the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines. Under this law is the COVID-19 Adjustment Measures Program, which is a one-time assistance from DOLE amounting to 5,000 pesos for workers of private companies who had salary deductions or temporary suspensions during the enhanced community quarantine period. The DOLE Systems Development Team added a feature on the online establishment report system, which allows establishments and workers to apply for the CAMP financial assistance online. This feature also allows establishment and individual workers who applied for the CAMP financial assistance to track the progress of their application. The department envisions a single portal for all DOLE programs and services. In the coming months, other occupational safety and health forms and reporting requirements will also be lodged in the reporting system. Clearances application and other DOLE registrations will also be available in the DOLE online portal in the near future. Services improvement is at the heart of these systems. Similarly, the DOLE will continue to develop programs and projects and strengthen its collaboration with other government agencies to ensure that every Filipino worker attains full, decent, and productive employment by centering its goal to providing fast, efficient, and quality service to the stakeholders.
Okay, so that concludes the presentation for DOLE. The floor is now open for questions.
Thank you. Yes. We are open na po. I'm Assistant Secretary Cucueco, and with me is Undersecretary Diona and the technical team of the DOLE to answer your questions po.
I have a question. This system is unique to the DOLE, but
yes,
what are the positive results of this system, and how are you monitoring them?
On several levels, there are many positive results of this system. Number one, to the establishments that have been, like if we took, like, let's look first at the inspection system. Of course, this is already looking immediately at compliances. So if there is a not really saying a violation, but if they're deficient, immediately they can be corrected. With COVID, again, that had to be very fast, and immediately we tried to correct this. So down in the establishment that is there, you go higher in terms of policies. We can also see what better policies should then, that we should look at as we have to address compliance, like what are the priorities for inspection that we should be doing as DOLE. And even on a higher level, all of these inspections, they have always been asked during the budget hearing because they, of course, our lawmakers are very, very interested on were the compliances. This goes all the way even to the POGOS po. And that is why we were generating the information as we were inspecting the establishments, and they were really real time. So if we talk of it is for DOLE, but it does have several importance, like we said, to all the stakeholders po, ma'am, from the private all the way po, even to the policymakers. On the reporting system, the same po for those who needed, of course, the financial assistance right away. They were able to come in, they could track, and kasi we were not able to solve everything, but we also not from this those who still we will have that information po. So in short, these are what we have and what we can produce from our system. And perhaps you said, Anna?
Yes, if I may add, sir, the importance of this one is that if you notice, the Secretary of Labor keeps coming out with reports, and you notice po sinasabi niya na kami po ay we have names of all the establishments that have been reported. And truly enough, what they are really using is the system po.
So is this system already being used throughout all the regional offices?
Yes po, this is a nationwide system.
Okay. Thank you.
I was just curious, how does the inspector, when he goes to establishment, get connected with your online? Does he have a laptop, a tablet, a cell phone? What does he use?
They're all provided po with a tablet.
Can you speak closer to the mic? I cannot hear. It's medyo garbled.
Okay. They're all provided with a tablet. All inspectors have tablets. And in the tablets, yes, are the checklist. It's already embedded there. It is and that is what they use. They generate. They should submit it, as part of the procedural manual, so that there will be no questions after inspection. They should submit it immediately to both the regional offices as well as to the central office. So nandun na po lahat yan, sir.
Connected online nyo, automatic pag-tap na, or is it by batch? After the inspection, sa kanila pinapadala?
Kung after that po, kasi sometimes kung walang, you have to understand areas na walang internet connection, but we tell them right away.
Okay.
So, if they can go and they should submit it immediately then. Yes, po.
So what would you highlight in terms of your online system? Is it your hardware? Is it your, because very similar in the industry, you have those people who call mga reps, they book things, delivery, kahit Lazada, pag nagbayad ka, automatic ma-online ka agad at na-deliver ng goods mo, etc. So similar to the cosmic reports, like the Maynilad, when they go to your meter, automatic they print out your bill, diba? As they expect. So you have a similar system using a tablet or a laptop. Do you checklist and you can just stack it and comes out the report, and even your site report. So what would you like to highlight in terms of a best practice for DOLE? Here, is it the way you cascaded it to all your regions, or is it your system? What is it?
Of course, sir. The
best
system,
practice.
Yes. The system is that it is generated on in real time. That is what we are we are proud of, because as soon as they, and then second, we can take it immediately to the establishment for correction, because we understand that establishments sometimes have deficiencies because they are either unaware or maybe they have overlooked things, and immediately we can help them correct. Many times, like if you would have employer-employee relation difficulties, these inspection system can help. I mean, doing all of this can help them address, so that it's very transparent. There is a transparency here, Paul, that we are we want everybody to know, so that there is no, what we do in our inspection, all the findings, it is very transparent, and we can help them. The support of the DOLE is really, of course, to police and to make them comply, but the support should also be there.
But I've experienced those inspectors already. Your inspectors are very good at that. Once they say, oh, it seems you have a problem with your overtime, hindi na bayaran yung premium, ganyan. They look at the payroll, etc. And they're on the spot, they give the advice, the findings. So I think your inspectors are doing it at this point. And there's transparency in it. I don't know for other industries, but I know your inspectors are doing very well in their job when they audit our HR systems. Your JMS that you mentioned, what is that for? Yung JMS na sinasabi niya, ano yung joint monitoring system? Is that for companies to tap into your portal or something? The JMS?
No.
Joint monitoring system?
It's actually part of a labor inspection, but that was developed for COVID. This is really COVID related.
So who's accessing? You mentioned there were 800 who accessed it, 800 users. So sino nag-access ng JMS na?
No, these are the inspectors pa rin. And we also now bring in the DTI because this is part of the joint guidelines, the joint monitor of the interim guidelines and supplemental guidelines of the DOLE and DTI. And in COVID, where we needed coordinated action for the government, that was why naging joint na po lahat yan. And it is a monitoring of.
So special lang yan.
Yes po.
So attached na kayo to your system. Okay, thank you.
Just one clarification.
Yes,
these systems are actually part of your information systems strategic plan, or was it something that you thought of after the SONA of the president?
Sir, it is still part of our strategic system.
So it is part of your ISSP. Okay. So therefore, it is something that's expected of the agency as part of your regular operations. Yeah. So you simply automated something that you really were supposed to do anyway. Tama ba yun?
Yes po. What is challenging po for us is that even if it's part of the ISSP, we were able to come up with a team from a group from the department and does all of these systems in so brief a time. Kasi po that's we really.
So maybe you have to describe to us,
information so that
best
we can come up with policy.
No, because we want to identify where the best practice is actually. So if it is in the speed of delivery, then what is it that you did that the other agencies can learn from and benefit from? Because I'm sure all agencies have the mandate to automate what they have and what they're doing. Precisely now, even when the president in the SONA said that all agencies should strive to automate all government transactions and provide the citizens online services. Okay, so if you were able to do it in a few months, maybe that is the best practice that we can learn from. Because everybody is actually trying to offer those same services according to their mandate in an online platform. Yun lang. So if you can highlight maybe, what other agencies can emulate from what you have done, then maybe we can zero in on that best practice.
Thank you, Asek. Yes. Perhaps what we can share, ASEC, is that number one, we did not have this outsourced. This system has been developed by our people, our employees, and it is not only in one office. What we did was to survey all our IT people, got the best in all the other regions and offices, and we have organized what we call an IT team. And they were the ones that developed all the system. Kaya po, pag mapapansin ninyo, sir, the systems that we have enrolled here, aside from the inspection, are the other programs in so short a time, because that's what we really need. Of course, government needs the correct and prompt information. So, yun lang po, sir, yung we can share. It's really not engaging the services of the private sector, but really the people inside, the people that have been doing the work, develop.
Ma'am, can I add also? Remember, this is the platform that we use, of course, is from the DOLE. But what we can share is, and we have seen other governments, other government agencies who would like to really develop one, comprehensive, a cohesive reporting system that we so desperately need, and which information should be very accurate, but we still find that perhaps in the way they're asking for the information, that is why we do not see them in the but we can share what we have.
Okay,
From
thank
a
you very
system
much.
of what information is really needed, what should go there, simple.
Okay, thank you.
I have one last question. Does this system have a feedback mechanism coming from the users? And what is the general feedback of the users?
May we ask our technical staff to answer this, because we do have this, and she can elaborate po, Miss Casey.
Hello po, good afternoon. In relation to the feedback system of the, in relation to the feedback approach or the systems, actually, it's not yet embedded in the system, but we have a way to gather or to get the feedbacks from the clients as well. What we did po is that we have an email or a portal wherein they can send their feedback to us. So we dedicated a team, our technical support team. So in cases that the clients would be, or the applicants and the clients that from the public would be needing assistance from us, we do immediate responses for them. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So what is the general feedback for the system? Is it very satisfactory or just satisfactory?
Based on the feedbacks that we get, of course, we would say that it's between the satisfactory and very satisfactory, in the sense that specifically for the establishment report system, it was just launched or deployed this July. But with the assistance that we are providing them, we noted that the feedbacks from the clients are they're appreciative of the efforts being done by the department. If there are some glitches, at least these are being resolved immediately. And at the same time, it's a learning process to the team. The feedbacks are very important to us in also adjusting or enhancing or updating the system as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if the judges have no more questions, then that wraps up the question and answer for Dole. So thank you very much. You are the last, but definitely not the least presenter for the GBPR 2020. Thank you for all our presenters for today. So before we head to the deliberations, may I ask for everyone to turn on their videos for a class picture. Okay, so everyone, please turn on your videos. Okay, so please wait a moment for the picture. Okay, so wait a moment, please. Okay, thank you very much for everyone. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so the judges will be deliberating in private, and you can wait at around 4 p.m. for the announcement of the judges and the closing remarks. Okay, so thank you, everyone, and stay tuned on our YouTube channel for the announcement later around 4 p.m. Okay, so thank you. I would like to request for the judges to leave this Google Meet and go to the deliberation room. Thank you.
Every year
The
since
Philippine
its
Quality
founding in
Award,
1997, the Philippine Quality
recognizing
Award has
organizations
recognized
that
public
exemplify
and private
excellence and
organizations that have
competitiveness.
attained performance excellence in their respective fields, coming from various industries like manufacturing, healthcare, education, BPO, and even government.
As a national award
But for
program,
these
the
awardees,
Philippine Quality
more
Award,
than
or
the trophy and
PQA, sets the
recognition,
standards for
they have
local
gained
organizations to
more when they
attain global
decided to embark on
competitiveness.
their PQA journey.
PQA is very important. PQA should encourage and inspire not only private companies and government entities, but the rules to develop a quality mindset.
Yes, ma'am po. Meron po lang po ako sasabihin.
Always strive for quality outputs so that in the end, Philippines
Actually,
will
the
be
main goal
known
of the
for quality
PQA in the
products
Philippines is to
and services.
make Philippine companies globally competitive by adopting the global trim-level competitiveness technique. So quality has to be in the private sector and even in public sector organizations.
I believe that Philippine organizations once they apply to be considered to the Philippine Quality Award, not only will get the recognition, but more importantly, they get the services, highly qualified assessors. I believe Philippine organizations should make it a point, whether in business or in government or even in the social organizations, they should come in, be recognized by the Philippine Quality Awards, and therefore be an asset to Philippine economy.
The recognition, the PQA recognition.
Education programs for government
We felt like we should and we can.
They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy.
They have observed
this
promotes
remain
performance
the way
excellence
they
to
manage
public and
competent,
private
neutral,
organizations.
even
So instead of just
numerous
focusing
administration
on
changes.
process excellence and quality, we
It's
now
easy
power
to
into the potential
organization
to
to
the potential
assess
for
productivity.
employers
There
to
is
come
no
up with
introduce the
ideas,
concept, but it's not so
to
easy
come
for
up
them
with
to
projects on
address
their
the
own
future.
that we can
To
nurture,
come up with
that we can
strategies,
help drive,
systems,
so that
and
they
processes
contribute
that
more to the
would actually
organization
lead
and
them
make
toward
it better.
long-lasting success. And if
The
you
same
take a
can
look
be
at
said for
the
Unilab
PQA
Philippines,
program,
which prides
the
itself as a
recipients
purely
today
Filipino
win quality
award,
and
and
so they
thrives
actually
in the
show
global
other
programs.
organizations
The
a way
part of this
to
success,
leverage
they
how
give
can we
credit to the
have
guidance they got from the
strategies,
Philippine Quality
systems,
Award.
and results that would point towards competitiveness and
It was not our
innovativeness and
primary
long-lasting
objective
success.
to get the award, but
It's
what
really
we're more
an avalanche
interested
of
in is the
learning,
journey to
knowledge,
performance
skills,
excellence. This
especially
quality
when dealing
journey
with coming from
means
the APO countries of which we are
that
members.
you look at the organization in a very
People
holistic
with
manner.
different approaches to
From
life.
looking at your
continues to help the government
up to
become more
execution.
Very
effective
good
by
It will not
pushing
just
for the
involve
results-based
one
performance management system.
group of
It provides
individuals,
criteria that guide organizations to achieve
but it will have
business
to be
excellence.
involve
The
everybody.
PQA provides guidelines for self-assessment
What they
of the
have gained from their
organization's
PQA
efforts to
journey
improve
really
quality
show
and
their current
productivity.
workforce.
So this
this philosophy,
the
PQA or the Philippine Quality Award
entails
they all have
that
the
the
organization
organization
is very
come up with
in terms of
what we call the integrated framework of
excellence.
excellence.
While
This
keeping a low
framework
profile can
excellence
be
is
incentive.
like
Companies are
a
just
guide
among those that has
that the
benefited
whole
from the Philippines
school
Quality Award.
follows.
It's
It enabled us to continuously review all our processes.
As a
PQA is
knowledge
very
institution,
good
as a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs in this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work.
Promote the best
And that is exactly what we want in government. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
7 categories of examination
or reputation that it is from the
But what is different about the Philippines is because of the recognition that it might take the Philippines many
After
years
45
people
years,
to come up with a world-class organization that is almost equivalent to a World Rich Award recipient. So we created
For
levels
those wanting to embark on their PQA journey,
which does
why
not
wait
happen
when you
which
can
does not
improve
exist
now?
in the World Rich Award.
The PQA recognizes organizations that commit to and demonstrate excellence, resulting to improved systems and results.
If you become an award in the PQA, you have that responsibility to be able to share best practices of your own organization to other organizations as well. It's not simply because of the award, but you want to go beyond the award, encourage others also to join the PQA so that
Every year since its founding in 1997,
Through the years, many
the Philippine
organizations
Quality
have been
Award has
transformed
recognized
to
public
be globally
and private
competitive
organizations
and
that have
world-class
achieved
performers in their
excellence
respective
their
industries.
fields. Coming from various industries like manufacturing, healthcare, education, BPO, and even government. But for these awardees, more than the trophy and recognition, they have gained more when they decided to embark on their PQA journey.
PQA is very important. PQA should encourage and inspire not only private companies and government agencies, but the whole society to develop a quality mindset, a consciousness to always strive for quality outputs so that in the end, Philippines will be known for quality products and services.
It's really understand that there's a journey towards excellence that you can achieve as a whole community of people. Making sure that we develop capabilities that will sustain the organization over the years to come is the most important contribution of this award to us.
The Thomson Reuters Philippines is a company comprising of about 1,700 professionals. They specialize in data processing and knowledge-intensive analysis of market-specific financial and legal information. For a branch company of the globally renowned Thomson Reuters, it seems not necessary to undergo quality assessment, but the organization felt otherwise.
The recognition, the PQA recognition, is a snapshot of where you are as an organization at that point in time. We felt like we should and we can do more.
Since joining in 2010, they have observed improvement in the way they manage their company.
So instead of just focusing on process excellence and quality, we now tap into the potentials of our employees to come up with ideas, to come up with projects on their own that we can nurture, that we can help drive, so that they contribute more to the organization and making things better.
The same can be said for Unilab Philippines, which prides itself as a purely Filipino company thriving in the global market. And part of this success they give credit to the guidance they got from the Philippine Quality Award.
It was not our primary objective to get the award, but what we're more interested in is the journey to performance excellence. This quality journey means that you look at the organization in a very holistic manner. From looking at your strategies up to execution. It will not just involve one group of individuals or department, so to speak, but it will have to be to involve everybody in the organization.
What they have gained from their PQA journey really showed their current workforce.
So this philosophy and framework of PQA entails that the organization has to be very open in terms of collaborating among the other members of the organization.
These companies are just among those that has benefited from the Philippine Quality Award.
It's a validation to our employees that you are doing well, that you're a world-class company. You're a company that the Philippines should be proud of. It also increased our branding in the eyes of our stakeholders. I mean, as a part of a global organization. This, I think, is a business award that our organization, not just Thomson Reuters Manila, but the whole Thomson Reuters community should be proud of.
We want to earn the image or reputation that if it is from the Philippines, it is of excellent quality. Gawang Pilipinas, gawang kalidad. This will also make our growth sustainably competitive as our products and services also become future ready.
For those wanting to embark on their PQA journey, why wait when you can improve now?
Philippine Quality Award, recognizing organizations that exemplify excellence and competitiveness. As a national award program, the Philippine Quality Award, or PQA, sets the standards for local organizations to attain global competitiveness.
Actually, the main goal of the PQA in the Philippines is to make Philippine companies globally competitive by adopting the global frame-level competitiveness template. So quality has to be in the private sector and even in public sector organizations.
I believe that Philippine organizations, once they apply to be considered for the Philippine Quality Awards, not only will get the recognition, but more importantly, they get the services of highly qualified assessors. I believe Philippine organizations should make it a point, whether in business or in government or even in the social organizations, they should come in, be recognized by the Philippine Quality Awards, and therefore be an asset to Philippine economy and society.
As the centerpiece program of the National Action Agenda for Productivity, the PQA promotes performance excellence to public and private organizations.
It's easy for an organization to assess their historical performance, but it's not easy for them to actually address the future, to come up with strategies and systems and processes that would actually lead them toward long-lasting success. And if you take a look at the PQA program, the recipients of the Philippine Quality Award, and so they actually show other organizations a way by which how can we have strategies, systems, and results that would point towards competitiveness and innovativeness and long-lasting success.
It's really an avalanche of learning, knowledge, skills, especially when dealing with people, your team, people with different approaches to life, so to speak. It's a very good training for leadership.
It provides criteria that guide organizations to achieve business excellence. The PQA provides guidelines for self-assessment of the organization's efforts to improve quality and productivity.
The PQA, or the Philippine Quality Award, they all have helped us come up with what we call the integrated framework of excellence. This framework of excellence is like a guide that the whole school follows. It enabled us to continuously review all our processes. PQA is very good because it focuses on that particular aspect of results, the product and process outcomes. I think that's the best marketing that we can do to our students. Promote the best instruction, deliver the best instructional services and other support services in the institution.
So the 7 categories of examination in the Baldrige are also found in the PQA. But what is different about the Philippines is because of the recognition that it might take the Philippines many years before we could come up with a world-class organization that is almost equivalent to a Baldrige Award recipient. So we created levels of recognition in the PQA, which does not happen, which does not exist in the Baldrige Award.
The PQA recognizes organizations that commit to and demonstrate excellence, resulting to improved systems and results.
If you become an awardee in the PQA, you have that responsibility to be able to share best practices of your own organization to other organizations as well. It's not simply because of the award, but you want to go beyond the award, encourage others also to join the PQA so that they can improve.
Through the years, many organizations have been transformed to be globally competitive and world-class performers in their respective industries.
The Philippine Quality Award validates and confirms our vision of manufacturing excellence. To our employees, it is a reward for the dedication to achieve the vision. To our business partners and our business units of ST Microelectronics, it reinforces the positive perception of doing business with us. And of course, to our stakeholders, it builds a lot of confidence that we can be competitive in our environment.
We can move towards becoming a world-class university or one of the top universities in the world by deploying 2 important principles of quality, which are continual improvement and customer satisfaction.
And in the continuous quest for economic-wide productivity and global competitiveness, the PQA is calling for more public and private organizations to experience change that leads to performance excellence.
It made me realize that government service can be good,
There are agencies that try to do their best with very limited resources, and these are worthy benchmarking activities that can be done also by private sector. It will make you appreciate that there are many businesses, many entities there that may be doing things better than what you're doing, and this is an opportunity for them to be witness firsthand to the best practices that they have and share to the world.
I feel we're not going to be measured by how much money we raise in government, but how the services that have been delivered have met the needs of the people who need to be served. And we in these government agencies should feel that sense of pride and patriotism that we belong to that particular organization. To me, the people in the particular agency in government should feel that they're doing a job for the country. And that is the thing we're trying to do now, to make them feel that sense of nationhood. And when that happens, I think our country will surge higher than what it is now.
In our journey towards global competitiveness and quality services, we strive to achieve performance excellence by setting the standards high. With PQA, let us move forward and attain world-class organizational management and business excellence.
After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. We have tallied the scores and the judges have deliberated. And they have chosen the GBPR 2020 recognized best practices. So may I call upon one of the judges to be the one to announce our recognized best practices. Sir Raymond.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the time that you've been waiting for. Well, we had a wonderful time the past 2 days just listening to all the passionate applicants of the GBPR 2020. So, in behalf of Director Alma and ASEC Magsino, I was the one tasked to, as the oldest, to be the one to announce the winners. We had a wonderful time deliberating, and we realized that there were 71 applicants, and you were the ones shortlisted, and there were 26, and we had a hard time further shortlisting it down to 10 winners at this point. And these are the 10 best practices that we saw that was worth emulating at this stage. We know that a lot of you have done a lot of work, but we found some of them that lack more evidences, maybe in the write-ups, or are still the early stages of implementation. And we think that you will be able to further improve on it. But for these 10, we would just like to highlight that these are the best practices that you could be proud of, and you could continue working on. So the journey towards quality and improvement and best practice never stops. So, and the COVID pandemic has brought a lot of challenges for you and a lot of opportunities too. So many of your programs came out because of the COVID. They were improved, like all the automation and better access and productivity. So without much ado, we would like to announce it, the 10 winners, not in any particular order, but they're all worthy of the best practice recognition for 2020. So let's go one by one. UP's Diliman Supply. So let's give them a round of applause, okay, for your property management system. Second, Sangguniang Bayan ng Paracale, okay, for your barangay empowerment. May your tribe increase. Next, the ABB Pro, electronic budgeting planning process of Camarines Norte. Yes, very worth emulating. The coffee-based agroforestry, the unique way, the Pampanga State University, your unique way of dealing with the informal settlers. Okay?
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Next, the OSD Region 11. Okay, for the food processing, you're in the food basket. So more power to you. May you continue to help the SMEs there. Next, Jensen. Yes, a high pera. So helping people get out of their financial difficulties by teach them literacy program and all the programs you're doing. So again, you saw the problems with all the other government agencies like DepEd. May your program likewise be replicated. Visayas State University. Yes, your SPMS is worthy of emulating too. Congratulations. Okay. Next. Hawaiian Isabela, food bank. Yes, to solve the hunger problem and the malnutrition. Next. The honor referral system of the Bataan. Yes. Ang ganda ng system niya. Maraming talaga nagpunta na sa inyo para mag-benchmark. So, congratulations. And the Project Express Lane Operation Parañaque. Yeah. Next. Okay. So those are the 10 winners. So for those who didn't get it, many of you were close to the cutoff score, but we just had to make a cutoff. So maybe next year if you address the areas for improvement and continue to work on your processes and listen to your customers, then I'm sure you're getting there. So congratulations to everybody. You're all winners at this point.
Congratulations.
Okay, so there you have it. We have 10 GBPR 2020 recognized best practices. So we would like to reiterate, this is not a competition, this is a recognition, and everyone did very well. We encourage everyone to continue their best practices and sustain them and continue to improve them. And if you would like to benchmark with any of the finalists, you are, of course, encouraged, because we would like to promote community of practice. So without further ado, we have the Senior Vice President for Programs of DAP to deliver the closing remarks.
Yeah, to our distinguished guests, to our winners, candidates, our panel of judges, ASEC Toto Mugsino of DBM, Director Foronda of the Civil Service Commission, and Engineer Raymond Tan, and of course our DAP team. Good afternoon to everyone. It is my honor to be with you on this last day of the Government Best Practice recognition, as they announce the recognized best practices, and also as we cap the 61st workshop meeting of the Asian Productivity Organization, which are both productively held via digital platform. Many of you know the APO. It is an intergovernmental body consisting of 21 economies whose mission is to contribute to the sustainable economic development of Asia and the Pacific through enhancing productivity. And the Development Academy of the Philippines is its counterpart in our country. It's a fresh meeting, so please allow me to share with you that given the current context, the APO and the national productivity organizations in the Asia-Pacific region, including the Philippines, agreed to undertake a more inclusive and innovation-led productivity growth to deal with the new normal. In fact, the APO has already adopted the term iProductivity to denote that innovation shall be the key engine of productivity growth in this time of pandemic. From the list of presentations, I'm very glad to see the many governance innovations being introduced in our local government units, state universities and colleges, the hospitals, medical centers, as well as in our national agencies. I will no longer mention the names of the institutions because I think you know all of them. But this is just an affirmation that public sector innovation is not really far behind its counterparts in the private sector. This afternoon is a milestone as we add another 10 innovative best practices to the GBPR Hall of Fame of recognized best practices. Congratulations to UP Diliman, the Sangguniang Bayan of Paracale, the Camarines Norte State College, the Pampanga State Agricultural University,
Thank you
the
po.
DOHC Region 11, the local government unit of General Santos, the Visayas State University, the city government of Kawayan in Isabela, the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center, and the city government of Parañaque. Let me also extend our sincerest affirmations and commendations to the other finalists who shared their respective innovations during the past 2 days, and to those who submitted their best practices for the GBPR 2020. All these will be in the repository of the Knowledge Bank of the APO Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity, and this is meant to be shared to the public and to other government agencies to create new knowledge on smarter public services. Thank you to all the participating institutions, and I look forward to the expansion of this community of practice and to the occasion when we can share best practices on how agencies responded to the COVID-19. And I understand that the group of TESS, the Productivity and Development Center, has already slated a GBPR for COVID-19 response. This is a welcome activity that will allow us to capture and showcase strategic and agile responses of public sector organizations to this health crisis. This could inform how we can achieve continuity of operations in times of disasters and to support future research and policy to manage disruptions of such magnitude and scale. I hope this event will encourage other agencies and enable the entire public sector to smoothly navigate and gain footing in the new normal, and assure the Filipino people that they can rely on the government in both halcyon days and disaster. Once again, congratulations to all the candidates and winners of the GBPR Recognized Best Practices of 2020. Our deepest gratitude also goes to the panel of judges for their valuable assessment and for saying yes to this very difficult job. And also to the project team led by Director Tess Agustin for the efficient and very productive execution of this recognition, this the limitations and connectivity constraints. You are all a testimony to what the APO has emphasized as the new productivity in this new normal, and that is productivity, new lifestyle, productivity, style, and the business style. A pleasant day and a very productive evening to all of you.
So thank you, Ma'am Dedeng, for those wonderful words of encouragement. Okay, so before we formally end, we would like to request picture taking with the recognized best practices. So the 10 agencies, if you are present here, we would like to request picture taking with you and with the judges and with our director and our senior vice president. So please open your cameras.
Ay, Diyos ko, President Rusty, congrats din!
Congratulations din po sa inyo sa Paracale.
Wala si President Soriano.
Congratulations.
So congratulations everyone. Okay, so is everyone ready?
Congratulations sa LGU Paracale, sa Vice Mayor.
Maglilipstick muna ako.
Dalawa tayo from Cam Norte. Congrats po. Salamat po. Salamat.
Mga SUC. Teka po, maglilipstick lang ako.
Talaga to.
Lipstick mo,
Thank you.
Para yung kay Curtis, yung lipstick niya.
Yes, okay, sandali lang po.
Thank you.
Okay, so please wait a moment. So is everyone ready?
Congratulations, Vice Mayor.
Thank you po. Sa inyo rin po. Congrats.
Okay, so is everyone ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. Can we have one more? Okay, let's have one more. One. Okay, Last one.
Yung kamay mo.
Lani, where is Lani?
You cannot see me, ma'am. I cannot see myself also. But I'm here.
Okay na po.
Congratulations po sa lahat.
Congratulations. Grabe intro. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations.
Congratulations, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, congratulations everyone, our finalists and our recognized best practices again, and we would also like to extend our appreciation to the judges. Our judges, Engineer Raymond Tan and Attorney Alma Flores Coronda and ASEC Clarito Alejandro Di Magsino. Thank you, and we hope we can see you in our next GBPR. Baka gusto niyo po next year.
Dalawa tayo.
Yes, Chair. Today is just the announcement of the win. The awarding of the win will take place next. Still get in touch with you all. And we'll be sending
Yes, ma'am. Before we end, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Tess.
Thank you.
By the way, birthday po to the Tess.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's always for a happy birthday.
Welcome po.
Yes, so,
Thank you.
yes, so we also have yes, ma'am. So we also have the GBPR COVID-19 response. So if you have any COVID-19 best practices,
Meron pong GBPR.
we have it. Yes.
We're all invited to participate in that recognition.
Yes, so we would like to invite the agency. So if you developed any best practices in response to the pandemic, we welcome you to submit it. So the deadline of submission is up until December 15th.
Okay.
Yeah, so feel free to submit.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's all. Thank you, and once again, congratulations to everyone. So, okay, so thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Director Alma. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Renel.
Si President Abanto.
Ay, sir. Hello, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Asek Toto. Thank you, Attorney Foronda. Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you, Renel.
Salamat po. Mahirap po i-control yung mic nila. They're very
Hindi pa
happy.
kayo naharapan sa dami ng entries.
Konti lang.